on this episode of Lifeguard. A large and powerful swell creates dangerous conditions for surfers in San Diego.
3 Sam, we have a surfer trapped south of Windan Sea at Pump House. Closest units make contact. Additional units stand by for further instructions.
So we're just trying to figure out the best, most safe, effective route to get to him.
While in Long Beach,
Long Beach Lifeguard Rescue Boat 4, we copy that.
lifeguards scramble their resources for a boat and truck underwater.
When you first see something, you're trying to figure out what you have, and then when you see it's car in the water, your first thing is, okay, are there people in the water?
Then, in Ocean Beach,
Two jumpers, topside.
Jumping off the pier is not safe. That's why we don't allow it.
lifeguards race to find 2 jumpers before it's too late. And in Huntington Beach,
It was a puncture wound. My biggest concern about the patient was loss of blood.
My first instinct is that he probably had cut an artery in his arm.
We're losing him. We're losing him.
the lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Southern California is home to some of the best weather on the planet, and today is no different. With clear skies and temperatures in the upper 70s, it's a perfect day at the beach. But over 6,000 miles across the Pacific Ocean, a giant storm has formed off the coast of New Zealand. Its 80-mile-an-hour winds have whipped the ocean into a frenzy, creating giant waves and a powerful swell. And this swell is large enough to generate waves upwards of 40 feet high. These enormous waves are a nightmare to most, but for competitors at the Billabong Pro Surf Contest in Tahiti, their arrival is treated as a blessing. The pro surfers shred the giant walls of water with incredible skill.
That's the 40-footer.
Beyond Tahiti, the swell roars across the Pacific like a runaway freight train. Its destination, the coastline of Southern California. San Diego lifeguard Sergeant Ed Harris has been tracking the storm since it began.
This is one of our rare big summer swells. You know, we don't often get big swells like this time of the year.
The swell will hit San Diego from the south and is predicted to create surf 10 times larger than normal for this time of year.
Been surfing here for about 35 years, and I don't think I've ever seen a summer swell quite this powerful and long interval, good swell.
The surfers welcome the conditions with open arms, but the lifeguards know that big surf means big danger. This is Windan Sea, a San Diego hotspot that's notorious for consistent surf and rocky terrain. The lifeguards know that when the waves are this big, Windan Sea draws a crowd, both in the water and on the beach. Sergeant Harris and his team of lifeguards have settled in and are watching the water for hazardous rip currents, surfers in trouble, or anything else suspicious.
All the guards here are seasoned. You know, they don't work Windan Sea without being seasoned veterans.
John Maher is a professional surfer and a lifeguard.
We have a big swell, and it's creating quite a bit of dangerous surf. It makes for an exciting and fun work day, that's for sure.
As predicted, today's waves at Windan Sea are topping out at 20 feet, and the lifeguards are on high alert, because with waves this strong, things can escalate rapidly.
3 Sam, we have a surfer trapped south of Windan Sea at Pump House. Closest units make contact. Additional units stand by for further instructions.
A surfer is in danger near the rocks, and the lifeguards immediately dispatch resources.
The area that he was coming in, the waves are hitting right up against the rocks, so we didn't have an area that was safe for him to exit the water at.
Equipped with fins and a rescue buoy, lifeguard Brian Crane is first on scene.
Directly in front of me was a really rocky area. Set waves were washing up over on the rock and then coming up through the rocks. So it was just trying to figure out the best, most safe, effective route to get to him.
In high seas, the flat rocks are incredibly dangerous. Moss that is formed on the rocks is wet and slick as black ice. The surfer is in a hazardous location, but lifeguard Crane must enter the water to attempt a rescue.
I could tell he talked to me and said he was in a bad spot.
3 SAM to dispatch, 1 unit in water, 1 unit standby for backup.
As I was going underneath the wave, pulling him, we were both getting pulled back. Never take the ocean for granted. It's so strong and powerful.
Lifeguard Crane and the surfer try desperately to make their way to safety, but there is no clear way out.
We were both tired at that point, and initially I thought it was just a 2-wave set. So it was just trying to figure out whether we should come in or go out.
With the difficulty of this rescue, additional lifeguards carefully monitor the situation and are prepared to leap in at any moment. With the intense waves, lifeguard Crane now realizes bringing the victim toward the shore is too dangerous. He must get out beyond the breaking waves. Sergeant Harris radios to a patrolling personal watercraft for backup. Lifeguard Terrence Sawtell was piloting Jet 1.
3 SAM to Jet 1. Need backup at pump house. Copy, Jet 1 en route.
When we have the big swells, we like to patrol all of the La Jolla area to make sure, see if there's anybody who needs our help. And we were just sitting in the channel at Big Rock when they said that there was a rescue at Pump House, which is an area at Windan Sea. So we started driving towards Pump House and trying to see what we could do to help out.
As Jet 1 races toward Windan Sea, lifeguard Crane has but a few moments before another set of large waves will pummel both he and the victim.
I kind of realized that there was a jet ski out there, and I could hear my other lifeguards yelling to me and telling me to go take him out. So that was going to be our best bet from there.
Lifeguard Sawtell carefully maneuvers Jet 1 into the thundering surf.
So the challenge is trying to get inside far enough that we can get the victim and the rescuer onto the back of the sled while still avoiding the swells that are consistently coming in. Those sets that we were having were 8 to 10 wave sets at a time, and so there's really not much time to get in and get out, especially being in close proximity to the beach. It's difficult to take too much white water in there because you're getting pushed back the whole time. The other thing is the surfer, the victim, he was pretty highly fatigued. And so trying to get them to do anything on their own, getting themselves onto the back of the sled is very difficult. So those take seconds, and seconds in those situations are pretty critical.
Jet 1 brings lifeguard Crane and the victim out of the dangers of Pump House and drops them near the sandy shore.
Jet 1 to 3 SAM. Pump House victim safely delivered to Windan Sea Beach. Please advise.
At last, after 20 agonizing minutes, lifeguard Brian Crane and the trapped surfer are out of the water.
This was the most difficult rescue I've ever had. Just, the size of the waves, the things you have to take, into consideration, rocks, skis, personnel, entry points, how to get in, how to get out.
Safely back on dry land, surfer George Gavitt reunites with some concerned friends.
When I was up there, glad you made it. I saw you, I was like, that's you
see what happened, my board?
I saw the whole, yeah, they got it. The guy grabbed it, it's in, yeah.
It was brutal. That's the scariest surfing experience of my life.
And you were like waving off like, no.
No, that was the international call for help.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were good. I was like, oh man. So
I came in too far on a wave and got caught on the inside. Lifeguard saved my life.
Welcome to Huntington Beach, California. This beach town has adopted the title of Surf City, and it's easy to see why. With over 8 miles of beachfront and 16 million visitors per year, someone has to keep all those people safe.
My name is Todd Bartlett. I'm a Marine Safety Officer for the City of Huntington Beach, and I'm about ready to start my patrol. Another beautiful day in Huntington. Currently, it's about 70 degrees out. It's just a beautiful day, no wind, just a little bit of coastal haze, and we have a pretty large groundswell. It's producing some surf in the 6 to 10 foot range. The best part of my job is that I get to work outside, and my main goal is to help people. What happened?
My fin's hitting super hard.
Oh, yeah, like a big, deep bruise?
Knots.
Yeah, yeah.
My arm's going like...
Really numb? Right on. Here, let me go get you an ice pack. Have you ever had any problems with your arm before, or nothing? Did you crack any fins or anything like that? Tried out for lifeguard when I was 18 and kind of been here ever since. I think you just got a stinger, bro. I don't think it's that big of a deal. My oldest brother became a lifeguard, so I kind of followed in his path, and we both are still here today.
Todd Bartlett is patrolling just north of the pier when an emergency call comes in from the far end of the beach.
5020 information, a bystander called from Tower 22, and Guard Elser's requesting paramedics.
Okay, we just received a call for medical aid at our tower number 22. Guard's down there all by himself, signaling code 2. It's not routine, and it's not life-threatening, but we need to get there as soon as we can.
Matthew Elser is the first lifeguard on scene.
When I first saw the injury, it was a puncture wound. My biggest concern about the patient was loss of blood, as well as the victim going into shock.
Todd Bartlett arrives to assist lifeguard Elser within 4 minutes.
5220-97.
His training has taught him to convey a calm demeanor in times of stress.
Are you cold, my friend? Yes. Okay, I'll get you a blanket.
The 13-year-old boy has cut his arm during a surf lesson.
I saw him get barreled and the wave came over and kind of washed him out. And then I saw him pop up from the whitewash and I saw that something was wrong. I ran up there and I noticed that he was squirting blood with every heartbeat. My first instinct is that he probably had cut an artery in his arm.
The first assessment was he was breathing, he was looking around. That's always a good sign for us, but we had to really stop the bleeding. Go ahead and just put the blanket around him, please. Okay, thanks.
The boy's father waits anxiously by his side, while lifeguard Matthew Elser applies pressure to the wound.
Tide's getting higher too. We might consider moving him up too a little bit. He looked really scared. You could see he was really anxious. His eyes were just full of fear. So I was concerned about that. Okay, we'll lay him down. We're gonna lay him down.
We're losing him.
It's okay.
We're losing him.
It's okay, we got it. It's okay.
Ryan, you're okay, baby. You're okay.
It's okay, buddy.
You're okay, Ryan.
You're okay. Got him to his feet, probably a little bit too quickly, and he started to faint on us. At that point, first concern was getting him breathing. Hey, Ryan, I want to put this mask over your face, okay? It's gonna help you breathe a little bit, okay?
Hang in there, Ryan. You'll be all right.
Did you have any other injuries? Did the board hit your stomach or your back or anything like that? No. Okay, and then how long were you guys in the water for?
A couple of hours.
Oh, good. So at least you got a couple waves in, huh?
Yeah, I got one.
Were you able to make a fist?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me what finger I'm grabbing?
Yeah. Left from the pinky.
Oh, you're really good. Okay, perfect. All right. So you're doing good. That's a good sign then, okay? I'm just gonna try to clean some of the blood off your arm for you, okay? What city you guys live in?
Houston.
Oh, Houston. Oh, you guys on vacation or?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How's the water? Is it cold?
Yeah, it's pretty cold.
Pretty cold, huh? Yeah, no.
Basically, he was in shock. He was freezing cold. He was shaking, shivering. Our little blankets weren't doing enough to maintain his body temperature.
Paramedics are called in to transport the victim to the hospital.
How's your hands doing? Just really freezing? Okay. Hey guys, how you doing? So we went to transport him. He kind of started fainting a little bit, so I wanted to leave him out here. This is Ryan. He was out surfing. All right. His dad's right here. Pretty good sized cut on his right arm there.
Looks like it stopped quite a bit.
I saw myself in him because I had an injury pretty similar to that where I actually put a surfboard fin in my leg. I pulled the fin out, so I sympathized with him. I kind of knew what he was going through. You guys want to go head in or feet in?
We'll go feet in.
Okay, perfect.
While paramedics prepare to take the victim off the beach, lifeguard Elser cleans up the boy's blood, and Todd Bartlett discovers how the cut happened.
Where he just kind of came behind it with his arm like this. He just hit it right here, just pulled it right off.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty impressive.
Poor little guy.
He was so amped to go surfing. That's like why he came out here.
Yeah, from Houston, right?
Yeah. Like I gave him a lesson last year, and he had such a good time. His dad brought him out today for this weekend just to surf. So.
He was a young kid. He was probably a teenager. Dad said he was out here on vacation. He just got the plane last night. First thing this morning, he came down to the beach to go for a surf. So, unfortunately, it happens. Surfing's a dangerous sport, but it's also very rewarding too. So, kind of comes with the territory.
In Long Beach, sunshine and a slight breeze bring out thousands of pleasure boaters. And busy boat ramps mean a busy day for the lifeguards of the Long Beach Fire Department.
I'm Robert Hamilton. I'm a rescue boat operator. Today's weather's 75 degrees, wind speed about 10 to 20 miles an hour. We're looking for big crowds today. We're looking for busy boating traffic, a lot of beach crowds, a lot of beach patrons. It's going to be an exciting day. Craig Sector LA, Long Beach Lifeguard Rescue Boat 4. We copied that traffic. We are in that area. We'll take that on.
Robert and his deckhand, John Bird, will spend much of the day patrolling inside the city's harbor, searching for boaters in distress. But out here in Long Beach, you never know what you'll find.
Not sure exactly what we have yet. Possible car in the water at Davies. Oh, it looks like we got a car and trailer. When you first see something, you're trying to figure out what you have, and then when you see it's car in the water, trailer, your first thing is, okay, are there people in the water?
I entered the water and had enough visibility to be able to see into the cab. The window was down, a small space, that cab. I was able to ascertain there was nobody in the vehicle at that time.
Nobody inside, everything's okay.
Fire, this is Rescue Boat 4.
Copy.
This is a vehicle that was launching his boat. His truck and trailer and boat are all together in the water. We're gonna send some divers down to tie it up and have the trailer or the truck driver pull it out of the water.
Copy.
As lifeguards prepare to dive to the sunken truck, the anxious owner disconnects his boat from the trailer.
Hey, I don't want you taking that off. I don't want you to. Stop. Turn your boat off. I don't want you to disconnect it at this point. And where is your trailer? Right. How are you going to get this back on the trailer now is my question to you. All right, does your boat start right now?
Yeah.
Okay, go take it to the dock, and then I need to get your registration with you and the driver's license. You were backing down and it got slippery?
Yeah, back down. We need to go truck, go to the ball, it's up down. When I up down, he got up. Truck, everything.
Is it still in reverse right now? Maybe?
Maybe.
Accidents, that's why you have insurance, right?
Yeah.
Tell me you have insurance.
As the tow truck arrives, an amused crowd gathers on the boat ramp.
He was trying to pull his boat out of the water, and his outdrive was down. So we started screaming and yelling for him to stop because his outdrive was hitting the concrete there. So he jumps out of the truck. He didn't set his brakes or put the truck in gear. He came and jumped into the boat, and everything started sliding to the ocean.
Still okay?
The truck? No.
Not okay?
The truck's in trouble. It's gonna need to go to the truck hospital. They gotta fix it. The mechanic's gonna have to really get on that.
Once the pickup is successfully out of the water, the boat is placed back on the trailer and towed out as well. As expected, the damage to the truck is substantial. But to the surprise of the lifeguards, the boat is also completely full of water and must be drained immediately.
Apparently had a plug or something he didn't fill, so now he's got water been coming into his boat the whole time as well as his car now. So he's having a real wet day.
With a missing plug resulting in a hole by the boat's prop, it's probably a good thing it never got too far from land. This accident is turning out to be a blessing in disguise.
Fortunately, he sunk here at the dock and not out to sea. Without those plugs, the boat's sinking. Had they gone out to sea, that boat sank. You got all these women and children on board. We have a whole different situation on our hands. So the guy, in one way, is relatively lucky that he sunk his car here on the ramp instead of his boat out to sea with his kids in the water.
In San Diego, the tail end of a large swell is still pumping in solid surf. Ocean Beach, at the south end of the coast, is preparing for a large crowd today.
The sun is out, came out really early this morning. We still have quite a bit of surf in the water today, and we're expecting a big beach crowd because it's warm inland, the sun's out, and that just draws all the people to the beach.
Like many beaches in Southern California, Ocean Beach has a signature pier. And with today's strong surf, lifeguards will be watching the pier for anything out of the ordinary.
Two pier jumpers outside catching the swing. Multicolored shorts, black long sleeve rash guard. The other one green top surfboard.
There's a report of 2 jumpers that jumped off the pier, which is an illegal activity. The sergeant's already responding in his unit, and then we've got a jet ski in the water that's also going to make a meet and escort those guys into the beach. That's an automatic ticket.
Lifeguard Lonnie Stevens pilots a personal watercraft to locate the pier jumpers.
A lot of surfers tend to not want to paddle out through the breaking waves because that's physically challenging. If you walk on top of the pier and jump in, you're instant access.
Lifeguard Stevens quickly IDs the pier jumpers and orders them into the shore, where lifeguards Sergeant Dave Rains and Randy Culler are waiting.
So you jump off the pier? Yeah, man, I'm actually not from here. And I saw a couple of lifeguards doing it out of there, so.
Okay. In the grand scheme of things, jumping off the pier is not safe. That's why we don't allow it. Yeah, the distance ranges from about 15 feet towards the low part, all the way to about 40 at the tip of the pier.
The first day we arrived here, we walked checking out the place. Yeah. Lifeguards ran past jumping off the pier.
All right.
So, like, we didn't see there a problem in jumping off the pier.
Well, we drive on the beach. Do you see a problem maybe if you drive your car on the beach?
Yeah, sorry, we're not from here. Like, there is like no sign there. We read there that said no jumping. We saw lifeguards doing it, so we really were unaware. So
yeah,
we were fully unaware.
Their explanation was that they had seen some lifeguards a few days ago jump off the pier, which we do fairly frequently for training. But of course, we are very cautious about it.
Like, maybe we haven't seen other people doing it, so maybe we shouldn't have done it, but we really didn't, like, there was no, like, we weren't aware at all that you're not allowed to do it.
Turns out they were from out of the country. They were sorry. They didn't really realize that they were doing that much wrong. That in mind, it really didn't warrant any further action than a warning.
Thanks a lot about that, and sorry again.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
All right, gents, no worries.
Yeah, cool.
Afternoon.
Enjoy your day. Thanks so much. They just let us off the hook because we didn't know the rules and stuff, so we're pretty lucky about that one, hey?
On this episode of Lifeguard, the search for an adrenaline rush at Sunset Cliffs leads to an urgent 911 call.
Someone with sounds like a fractured ankle, Sunset Cliffs, and they're on the rocks.
And in Newport Beach,
tunnel was caved in, so we jumped down and we heard screaming.
Calling party advised a teenager was digging a 6-foot trench in the sand. They're trying to dig him out at this time.
Lifeguards race against the clock to find a boy buried alive in the sand.
62's on scene. We have multiple people digging in the sand.
They were digging. It just didn't seem like they were digging deep enough and time was running out.
I remember pretty vividly right when I saw his head and the paleness of his face that I didn't think he was alive.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call for distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Newport Beach is one of the most popular vacation spots in Southern California. Home to the Balboa Peninsula and the legendary surf spot, The Wedge. This typically sunny city is a destination for beachgoers worldwide.
Newport has some unique weather characteristics. It has, of course, the ocean offshore. Behind it, you have Newport Bay and the harbor there. So you get water on both sides of Newport Beach. With a little bit more water like that, it's going to make the air temperatures a little bit cooler.
When Newport exhibits these conditions, there's a tendency for people to stay out of the water. But just because they're out of the water doesn't mean they're out of danger. In the summer of 2011, 17-year-old Matt Mina flew out from Virginia to spend time with his cousins in beautiful Newport Beach.
Well, that day at the beach, the water was too cold, so me and Matt decided to start digging a hole.
For 3 hours, the boys continued to dig. After reaching a depth of 7 feet, they began tunneling.
10 minutes later, I kind of got over it, and he kept digging, and we were just hanging out next to the hole. And we called him out, and hey, Matt, come out, let's play football or something. And we looked down, and the tunnel was caved in, so we jumped down, and we heard screaming.
The tunnel caved in around Matt, and the hole filled. Within seconds, he was trapped in a 10,000-pound sand avalanche.
My brother and my cousin's boyfriend jumped down and started digging while I rushed and sprinted to the lifeguard tower asking for shovels and help.
The Newport lifeguard at Tower 52 sent out the Mayday call, Code 3.
When Matt's cousin told me that he was stuck in the sand, my training kind of took over. So I knew to call it in right away and then just run down and start digging, enlist people around to start helping out and dig until we could get more resources on the scene.
Newport Battalion 6 and responding units. Calling party advised a teenager was digging a 6-foot trench in the sand. They're trying to dig him out at this time.
Captain Brian O'Rourke was on a Newport Beach lifeguard boat when the call came in.
I heard that there's a possible sand collapse, somebody buried in the sand. So I jumped off the boat and swam in. I got right into the hole, and Matt's family members, they were screaming and they're going right about there. And we just started digging, trying to just get some sand. Hopefully we could find them within seconds.
Lifeguards and the rest of the fire department worked as a team to take control of the operation, while Matt's cousins watched helplessly from the sidelines.
Who he is? Yeah, I know who he is. Do you know like his first name, last name?
After all the fire department cleared everyone out, and when they were digging, it just didn't seem like they were digging deep enough and time was running out.
Units from all over the city respond in massive numbers.
62's on scene. We have multiple people digging in the sand.
Trapped without oxygen, the clock begins ticking on Matt Mina. Matt has between 4 and 6 minutes before the risk of serious brain damage.
The day that Matt was buried under the sand, I was what they call the incident commander, or the IC, in charge of the overall operation. So my job is essentially to show up and try and make some organization to the chaos that's already happening.
At this time, we'll need additional manpower to assist with digging.
Word of the collapse spreads, sending the beach into a panic. And police are called for crowd control, while more search and rescue teams respond to the beach. Lifeguard Alex Skur arrives 12 minutes after the initial call.
When we arrived at the incident, there was quite a few people in a big circle surrounding the event.
Listen up! Get behind the emergency vehicle! Now!
Went and reported to the incident commander, and he told me to go find Captain O'Rourke and start digging.
Removing the sand posed an immense problem to the rescue effort. With every handful they scooped out, another slid back in. They had to dig outward before they continued downward. 15 minutes in, and Matt was still 4 feet underground.
Based on that, I had to start formulating a plan of what we were going to do and how many resources we were going to need to take care of that. I put one of the captains in charge of just the diggers inside of the hole.
I'm gonna ask everybody to take 5 steps back.
And I had another captain in charge of the perimeter.
Rescue workers teamed with bystanders to create concentric circles of diggers around the point last seen. But even with all the manpower and organization, progress was painfully slow.
After the first 20 minutes when the fire department was digging, I couldn't comprehend it, but I thought he was for sure dead.
Hey, you guys gotta jump back to where the sand's wet.
A lot of chaos going on, a lot of people panicking, and then we had more resources come in. We just kept digging and digging, but it was frustrating because every time we made a lot of progress digging the hole, it just kept caving in around us. In the back of your mind, it didn't seem like there was gonna be a good outcome in this situation.
Keeping the sand out of the hole proved to be a massive undertaking. rescuers were forced to widen the opening by 20 feet across, or risk a chance of a second collapse. This extra step took time, something Matt did not have.
In our business, we have what we call an incident clock, and our dispatch center will tell us when we've been on scene for 15 minutes. So in this case, and that starts triggering more alarms in our head. Everybody knows that the human brain can only sustain about 4 to 6 minutes without oxygen.
It had been 20 minutes since the sand collapsed on Matt. The crowd of spectators continued to grow.
And I was starting to become very concerned that this operation was going on for so long that Matt wasn't alive down there. And then I have to start then taking a look at what we're going to do with all these people that are on the beach, all these rescuers that are in the hole, the news helicopters above us. It was just this humongous operation with hundreds of people watching. And if we pull this teenager out that isn't alive, now there's the psychological trauma of everybody else that happens to be at the beach that day.
25 minutes in, people began preparing for the worst, but lifeguards in the hole continued their frantic digging.
I was exhausted, digging sand that weighs, it was so heavy digging out, but it was also like an adrenaline that you don't feel every day.
None of us, nobody on that beach was, giving up until we found them.
These firefighters and these lifeguards and even the citizens, I couldn't have pulled them out of that hole with a taser gun. They were in there, and they were going to stay in there.
For over 30 minutes, rescuers worked at a feverish pace before seeing any sign of Matt.
I remember pretty vividly right when I saw his head and the paleness of his face that I didn't think he was alive.
Didn't hear if he was breathing or not, or out of all the screaming and the crowd, my head just went deaf.
Guys, start backing up. Let's go. Back up.
The first time I saw his face, he was just unconscious. And he just sandy, pale.
Easy, guys. Easy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Relax, relax. That's when I heard him, breathe. Or he's breathing. And then all of a sudden I heard him groan, and I'm like, wow, he's gonna actually make it. And there was just cheers from hundreds of people on the beach.
Matt Mina had been lying unconscious under 7 feet of sand for nearly 35 minutes before rescue workers unearthed him.
Matt, for all intents and purposes, and I don't want to be overly blunt, but Matt should not have survived that. 7 feet down, all that weight, all that pressure, and lack of oxygen for over 30 minutes, that's unsustainable for human life. For me personally, in 17 years in the fire business, this is definitely one of the most miraculous rescues I've ever come across.
Newport off, copy.
90 miles south of Newport is San Diego.
Lifeguards from San Diego responding 3141 Oceanfront Walk.
This city is home to 70 miles of diverse coastline. From beautiful sandy beaches to picturesque cliffs, San Diego has it all. Just south of Ocean Beach is Sunset Cliffs. Here, there are no traditional lifeguard towers, so veteran lifeguard Sergeant Rick Strobel must make routine patrols of this dangerous but popular surf spot.
We're in an area called Sunset Cliffs. That's a very popular area. A lot of the younger kids like to come down here and jump off into the water. Between the jumping accidents and the surfing rescues, we get so much call activity that we've actually placed a call box right over here. That's a direct line to our dispatch tower. So when we do get the call, we're ready for them. It's a pretty big set coming through.
Sergeant Strobel prepares to move on with his patrol. But then he notices a set of unusually large waves heading toward a small group of picture takers. As the wave sweeps the young girl off her feet, Strobel races to the rescue. Luckily, instead of being swept into the ocean, he finds her soaked, safe, and happy to be alive.
Hey, you guys gotta stay up here where it's dry, okay?
Just taking some pictures of some friends screwing around and sitting up. Saw a wave coming, didn't think it was going to be so high, and it just shot right up, knocked me down.
Yeah, so as the tide goes out, that might happen a little bit more.
Don't people jump from here all the time?
Yeah, it's not a good idea. It's not safe. Yeah, it's illegal and it's unsafe. All right, you guys just stay up here where it's dry, okay?
Okay.
Sergeant Strobel's warnings about cliff jumping are serious. It's a highly illegal activity, but with no permanent lifeguard towers at the cliffs, they must rely on posted signs and people's common sense. But when the summer sun is scorching and the water temperatures are cool, common sense becomes an afterthought.
I saw a lot of guys jumping off the cliffs over here. People come here to have fun, but they don't respect the fact that this is a dangerous spot. The guy came down, did a hesitation before he went. He wasn't all with it. Went in a low spot, hit something, came up, and that was it, you know.
Dispatch to 1 Sam, OB, for 911.
Lifeguard dispatch has received an emergency call from Sunset Cliffs.
1 Sam. Someone with sounds like a fractured ankle, Sunset Cliffs, and they're on the rocks.
Copy that. We're considered as a cliff response. QSAM, code 3.
Cliff rescues are complex, and lifeguards never know what they need until they get on scene. They dispatch Jet 1 for a water approach, and a specialized cliff rescue vehicle with a long crane arm.
23-year-old male, fractured left ankle. Medics are rendering aid now.
Jet 1 at the victim. It's going to be at the arch on the first step, about 5 feet off the water.
The victim has been pulled out of the water, but is still in a precarious position. Lonnie Stevens is the first lifeguard on scene.
When we arrived on scene, the victim was in a fair amount of pain. He had no other injuries. He was down a ledge, just out of the water. Maybe talk to IC. Let him know we do have a lot of slippery slope right here.
Incident Commander Sergeant David Rains surveys the situation.
I don't think we can get the stretcher up high enough to grab him and pull him on up.
The angle of the cliffs and the slickness of the rocks make a standard extraction impossible. Adding to the concern, the tide is rising. Soon, the ledge they're on will be underwater.
Set up the low angle rescue, so come up head first.
Sergeant Rick Strobel arrives on scene to assist Rains in this complicated extraction.
In the San Diego Lifeguard Service, when there's a cliff rescue, depending on where it is, there is a cliff response. What we want to do is get at least 7 people to a cliff rescue to help with all the different jobs that have to take place. You're going to send the stretcher out head first. So your personnel down there will sort of be lifting it as we're just pulling it. So we need some help there.
22, if they want to bring down the morphine, we could do the morphine from here. It's going to be a fairly long extrication.
The 23-year-old male is in extreme pain. Sergeant Strobel and his team jump into action.
Patient care is our primary concern, and paramedics were able to just stabilize the patient, give him some morphine for the pain, and assist us and package them in the stretcher.
By the way, just to give you a heads up, we got the tide coming up really fast.
As the victim is strapped into the stretcher below, lifeguards on top of the cliff rig up a pulley system and begin planning.
These 2 guys are going to be at the edge to help lift this thing on up. Everybody from down below is going to give a lift. These guys are here to get the stretcher when it comes up over the edge. Jacob is going to monitor the belay. All of us are going to pull on this line and just get him up over the edge.
We make a lot of coastal cliff rescues here in the city of San Diego. Lifeguards annually make over 40 coastal cliff rescues. Try to get this close to this one lip right here.
With slippery green moss covering the rocks, the lifeguards will have to shift the victim before attempting the extraction.
Hey, next move, just go up to this one lip. Next one, right? We're going to haul about 2 feet.
1, 2 feet.
Right there.
1, 2.
Lifeguards, firefighters, and paramedics haul the victim up the cliff face with extreme caution. Any aggressive movement could further damage his ankle.
Got him.
Nice work, nicely done.
With the victim off the rocks, lifeguards rush him to the waiting ambulance.
People come here to have fun, but they don't, respect the fact that, there's signs everywhere, Stay back, watch out, because it might just be you,
There are signs that are clearly posted in the area, and those signs there are to help people prevent themselves from getting hurt, but people don't pay attention to the signs and they jump anyway. Sometimes it results in injury.
This is Ocean Beach, San Diego. The primary landmark? Ocean Beach Pier. When the weather is good, thousands of people come out to surf and swim in the warm water, keeping the lifeguards incredibly busy. But sometimes saving lives has nothing to do with jumping into the water.
Okay, we had a homeless individual and his friend brought him down to the water to try and kind of basically take a bath. He went in with all his clothes on, and then some people were concerned. People normally don't swim with their clothes on, right?
Right.
So
I'm a recon ranger.
Okay.
I'm sitting here watching.
Okay, I just want to let you know our concern here. If he doesn't have any medical concerns right now, then we're okay with that. But we can't have him swimming right now. He seems like maybe he's had something to drink. I don't know.
He probably has. That's why I'm sitting here watching.
Drinking and swimming is, definitely one of the things that is very dangerous here. I'm concerned for your safety as you get back in the water, okay?
I had to get in the water. I had to.
So can you tell me you're not going to get in the water today?
Yes, sir, I will tell you.
Okay, that's our concern here, okay?
Lifeguard Sergeant Ed Harris arrives on the scene to help.
Didn't smell very good. He said that he wants to get in the water later. He's not getting back in the water today. I don't know.
We can't have you swimming out here when you've been drinking. What kind is it?
It's vodka.
Vodka?
Yeah. Don't pour it off.
Can't have alcohol on the beach, guys. Okay, do you have any more in your bag? Go ahead and leave the beach.
The one gentleman that was in the water, I don't think he left with any bad feelings towards us. He said, that he appreciated us. The other gentleman had his drink poured out by my supervisor, and I don't think he appreciated that at all.
It's up us, yep.
Back up if you're not a firefighter or lifeguard.
In the summer of 2011, 17-year-old Matt Mina dug a 7-foot hole in the sand before it collapsed on top of him. Frantically, rescuers dug for an exhausting 35 minutes before reaching it. And to the surprise of everyone, they found Matt alive.
Matt got lucky. They moved his head back and forth and created an air pocket, and that bought him some time. And obviously, if anybody takes anything out of this hole digging situation, just have fun, build sand castles, enjoy the beach, but just do not dig these things deeper than mid-shins or your kneecaps. This is not just anything that should be taken lightly. I mean, it definitely could kill you, and Matt got lucky that he's alive today.
6 weeks later, Matt returns to Newport with his mother, Melissa, his father, Manuel, and his sister, Megan. Eternally grateful, the family finally gets an opportunity to meet Matt's rescuers face to face.
Hi, I'm Brian O'Rourke. Hey, Matt, how's it going? No shade. Hey.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Excited to see Matt return to the beach, first responders gather for a chance to meet the thankful family.
I'm happy for Matt and his family. This was a miraculous rescue. The people here in Orange County have very good emergency response systems, and it all came together that day.
From the bottom of my heart, man, thank you very much.
News of Matt's return brings more rescuers back to headquarters. And soon his mother, Melissa, finds herself overcome with gratitude.
Being a parent, it changes you. You realize how precious life is. We're so happy and grateful that we were given this opportunity to be here today, to be able to personally come and thank everybody that helped save him.
When was the first time you realized that you got pulled out of the hole and that happened to you?
Probably when I first signed up, saw all these people, and it started to register that I'm alive, but I just got buried.
So we were very fortunate the way everything played out that day.
The adrenaline that you get doing this job, lifeguarding, is something that is a feeling that most people don't get to feel.
Her mother is just digging and moving massive amounts of sand, and those are the people I'd love to just be able to thank too,
Everybody gave their full effort into that and did not stop, and we're not going to quit the whole time. So yeah, it was awesome.
We thank everybody because he's a pretty special kid.
And when I was down there, my life just kind of flashed before me, all the good times, bad times, it's people you care for. It's every single person out there helping to dig. Everybody from fire and rescue, the police, to lifeguards especially. I couldn't thank them more, So I don't think I'd be alive It was with lifeguards today.
On this episode of Lifeguard, high winds wreak havoc in Long Beach.
We have a turned over sailboat out here, but great water.
Give me a buoy! Hypothermia kicks in real quick out here in this type of water.
And finding something in the water has the lifeguards concerned.
Smells like gasoline.
What we found here is a boat that's full of gasoline, means his tank was probably been leaking for a long time, so it's a bomb.
While at Mission Beach, lifeguards scramble to find a missing child.
It's a missing juvenile. Last seen in the water is a little bit of a concern.
And in La Jolla, a rocky encounter in the open ocean puts a young woman's life in the hands of lifeguards.
Slide that behind her, you guys.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Welcome to Long Beach, the second busiest port in the United States. Over 70 million tons of cargo pass through here each year. In addition to being a major shipping port, it's also an ideal home to thousands of pleasure boaters.
Long Beach is a unique beach town. We do have an extreme amount of boating. It's a big marina system. We have a lot of boats, a lot of boat traffic. How's the pump engine?
Pump engine runs great.
Okay.
This is Robert Hamilton, a veteran of the Long Beach Fire Department lifeguards.
I've been a marine safety rescue boat operator for the past 6 years. I've been with the lifeguard department here for 32 years.
Today, Robert will be on patrol with partner John Burt.
Been a lifeguard here in Long Beach since 1972. It's a great job, and I'll keep doing this till my body gives out.
This team has a combined 70 years of experience as lifeguards. But for Robert, it was a very personal rescue as a teenager that led him into this line of work.
I was 15, went to the beach with my parents, and my dad got stuck in a riptide and he couldn't get out. And he was going to drown. I turned around and my mom was in the same riptide. And so I took her to shore. I remember my dad giving her a shove saying, just get her in. And I kind of threw her with the next wave onto the shore. You know, watched her get in, and at the same time I back out from my dad. And right as he went down under the water, I was just swam right there, right on top of him. It was about a 150-yard swim. Jumped down, dove down, got him, pulled him back into shore, and I knew I was going to do this forever. It's a job like any other job, going to work every day. You know, we're fortunate we get to go to work every day in shorts, and we get to drive a boat, and we get neat trucks and neat equipment, and we get to dive and swift water rescue. We get to do a lot of great things. The job it's unbelievable. It's been a great ride. The family that somebody's drowning or something's bad's happening to them, as lifeguards and lifesavers, it's kind of our best day because we get to use our equipment, we get to use all our training. You know, we feel the sympathy for the family, but for us, it's a great day. We get to talk about it, we're excited, we're pumped up, and afterwards it takes a while to come down from that euphoric kind of high that you're on. But that's our good day. That's what we talk about on our days off.
On this busy weekend, Robert and John are part of a 5-boat crew covering the Long Beach Harbor. 3 hours into their patrol, a call comes in.
We have a turned over sailboat out here by the breakwater.
Beach Ops, Rescue Boat 4, we're on scene. It's a turtle Hobie. All right, here's the Hobie. You're gonna have to get wet if it's turtle. Showtime.
The owner of the sailboat tells the crew that he's uninjured, but he'll need help getting the boat flipped over.
Go ahead, Johnny. Okay, what John's doing is he's gonna try to get the sail up straight. To do that, we have to turn it into the wind. Johnny, hey.
After struggling to right the vessel, John concludes that the mast has filled with water and is too heavy for the two of them to lift.
This mast is full, so we gotta pull up slowly with this.
By wrapping a rope around the sailboat and attaching it to the rescue vessel, the lifeguards will attempt to flip the capsized catamaran. But in order for this to work, both John and the sailor must use their weight to keep the rope from slipping.
You ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
As they attempt to right the vessel, the boater shows signs of fatigue. The water is in the low 60s, and he's been in it for way too long.
Slow muscle. Get all the water out of the sails. He's using his weight. Hopefully his sails are loose.
As the boat rights, trouble sets in. The boater's overexerted himself. He's slipping into hypothermia.
Give me a buoy!
Hypothermia kicks in real quick out here in this type of water. But we're gonna go ahead and bring him back to our boat. Just a typical boat rescue is now a full-blown rescue.
Luckily for the stranded sailor, the lifeguards are there to pull him to safety before his hypothermia worsens. And while his day is over, the lifeguards are far from done.
Careful. Take your time. We want to relax, check you out a little bit, all right? Does anything hurt? Did you hit anything else? No, just cold?
I plan on being upside down for an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you gonna be able to sail that boat back?
Well, I just was getting the water so darn long and cold.
Okay, I understand that.
Just as simple as that.
Okay. You take your time. You have as much time as you need. It's your choice. We'll take you back to the beach. We'll pull your sails and tow it back. Or you sail back. That's up to you. If you're cold, there's no worries.
If I can just warm up for a second, I'll be fine.
Beach Ops, Rescue Boat 4. Guy was a little hypothermic. We've had him on board for about 5 minutes. We're gonna be following him back to Claremont. Just an overturned Hobie you think is a simple call turns into he's been in the water for 45 minutes. I'm sure he'll be done for the day.
30 minutes later, another call comes in.
Rescue Boat 4, Beach Ops. We got a call, possible hazmat at shoreline.
Downtown Marina, we have a report of a hazardous material on the water, unknown substance. A rescue boat in the area will be on scene when we get there. We'll back them up and we'll see what we need to do.
En route, Robert and John focus on the radio chatter, gathering information about an apparent fuel leak.
Beach Ops, Rescue Boat 3. You call Marine Ops and have them notify the owner. Janeway F, slip number 4. Put the crew in on turnout to open up the hatches.
Responding to the call, our lifeguards must head from the outer harbor to the largest, most densely packed marina in Long Beach. When they arrive, Rescue Boat 3 is already on scene.
What do you got?
Gained entry to the vessel. Smells like gasoline.
What we found here is a boat that's full of gasoline, means his tank was probably been leaking for a long time, so it's a bomb.
Meanwhile, 90 miles down the coast in La Jolla, California, lifeguards are busy with a big weekend crowd on the shore and in the water.
Hey guys, stay out this side more. Swells are gonna push you in the rocks. Stay out here more. No jacket, I don't want you guys in there. Sorry about that, you guys. We'll make sure you guys are all right.
One of the busiest areas for the lifeguards is known as Devil's Slide, where kayakers are drawn to a series of dangerous tidal caverns.
I don't want you in the caves without them helmets on. Do you guys flip over in there and no helmets on, no jackets on, you're gonna get knocked unconscious and it's just too much of a risk.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thank you.
The water around Devil's Slide is usually calm, but that calm can be deceptive.
It'll seem like it's tranquil and no waves breaking, and then a set of waves will come,
and they were unexpectedly knocked out of their kayak.
Today's beautiful weather has packed the beach. Large groups of boaters are headed to Devil's Slide when the lifeguards receive word of a 911 call about a kayaker in trouble.
Okay, all units, we got some red kayaks with a yellow paddle raised.
Lifeguard Dan Hodel responds to the call from La Jolla shores.
We got a call come over dispatch saying that there was a kayak in distress at Devil Slides. I grabbed the helmet and my swim fins and ran down, jumped on the back of the ski.
Jet 3, keep heading to the south. You'll see one kayak with a yellow paddle up in the air. That's your location to go to. Copy that, we got visual. In 3 Sam, lifeguard dispatch, do you want medics rolling on this due to the nature? Yes, let's have medics go to the boat launch, but we may end up redirecting them. We'll have to get a better size up on this. Copy, directing to the boat launch, La Jolla Shores.
Now, at Devil's Slide, lifeguard Hodel identifies the victims.
As soon as we came up on scene, we knew we were at the right place because there was a girl with a pretty good abrasion on her head. Anytime you have a person who hits their head and loses consciousness in the water, possibly has a neck or back injury, yeah, it's a big call.
Meanwhile, in Long Beach, lifeguard Robert Hamilton and his team are dealing with a volatile situation.
What we found here is a boat that's full of gasoline, means his tank was probably been leaking for a long time, so it's a bomb.
A vessel this size could easily contain 300 gallons of gasoline that might be ignited by any stray spark.
The possibility of this boat exploding, it's a great possibility. It's not just one boat exploding. We're in a marina, you got neighbors in close proximity, so if this boat blows up, we have a whole different set of issues. I'm gonna put my deckhand John off. He's gonna go onto the docks and look around and search if he can find anything.
The lifeguards and fire department share a unique partnership in this city. Here, all rescue boat operators and deckhands are also trained in marine firefighting and armed with the equipment to handle hazardous and potentially explosive material.
To be honest with you, there's always a little nerves when you have your turnouts on, you're going into a confined space. You don't know what you're gonna see, you don't know if you're gonna find smoke, flame, you're gonna find fuel in the bilge. It kind of gets your adrenaline flowing a little bit.
Okay, we have 2 of our deckhands in the boat right now. What's in there?
Looks like he's been working on his port engine. A lot of stuff's disassembled. Probably the fuel lines. Putting a little product in the bilge.
Is there any fuel pocketing down below in any of the forward hatches?
Forward.
How much?
Enough.
With a confirmed leak, the first thing the rescue team must do is cut off all electrical power to the boat.
We turned off all the batteries, all the switches, all the breaker panels. What we're doing now is shut off the bilge pumps so we don't get a spark.
He's got shore power coming in on your left side right there.
Unplugging the boat's power at the source increases the chances of sparking. John must exercise extreme caution while handling the live wire. After a few tense moments, Robert receives good news.
Okay, shore power is disconnected. The boat and also the dock.
So the electricity is off, so that's one less hazard we have to worry about. We're gonna open the windows, open the doors, and we're gonna go ahead and put a blanket of foam all along the bottom of that boat. What that does is takes away the oxygen layer, so that the chance of explosion's a lot less.
With the boat safely defused, the lifeguards tow the vessel to an isolation dock far from the crowded marina. There, the owner will be able to safely repair his fuel leak.
These guys make it look fairly easy, but anytime you're going into what's considered a bomb, it's a high-risk maneuver, and that's a situation we just resolved.
Meanwhile, 90 miles south in San Diego, lifeguards are responding to a kayak emergency at La Jolla Cove.
We're on scene with a 21-year-old female. They got washed up on the rocks. She has a couple wounds on her forehead, brief loss of consciousness, and we are going to put the 2 girls on the back of the ski and transport them to the boat launch.
With waves breaking along the rocks at Devil's Slide, lifeguards have to get the victim out of harm's way before stabilizing her. With 2 lifeguards on scene and time a factor, 1 lifeguard drives while partner Dan Hodel stabilizes her neck. They're headed to the boat launch where paramedics are waiting.
We had her sitting on the seat of the ski. I sat behind her. I put my hands on her head and neck to hold her steady.
As Jet 3 approaches the boat launch, lifeguards prepare to transfer the victim from the personal watercraft onto a backboard. But given the nature of this rescue, the transfer must happen on the open water.
I think the tricky part was just getting her from on the seat of the PWC over the back of the sled and then onto the beach.
Put us on your neck right here, okay? We're just gonna support your neck. Slide down behind her, you guys. Let us do all the work. 1, 2, 3. Let your legs go. Let your legs go. There you go. Okay, I got the legs.
Procedures like this hinge on teamwork between the lifeguards. They must keep the victim's head and neck in line to avoid the risk of paralysis.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
With the victim now on the backboard, lifeguards hand her over to the paramedics.
Are you good hands out?
She got rolled over by a wave onto the rocks. Kayak tipped over.
The woman is secured to the backboard, packaged and rushed to the hospital. The injuries she sustained on the rocks of Devil's Slide may be very serious. But thanks to the San Diego lifeguards, she is now in good hands. This is San Diego, California, long recognized as one of America's premier beach settings. Just north of downtown, Mission Beach, with over 2 million visitors per year, is the most crowded beach in the city.
This is one of our most populated beaches, reason being all roads lead to Mission Beach, and there's a very large parking lot right here. Traditionally, we have a lot of rip currents in this area, and there's likely to be some rescues here in the next few minutes.
Keeping all these people safe? The San Diego Lifeguards. There are 26 lifeguard towers spread along Mission Beach. Today, Sergeant Rick Strobel is supervising them all.
2 Sam, Tower 19.
Tower 19.
Just make sure you keep a good line between the swimmers and the surfers.
On crowded days like today, Strobel and the other lifeguards will work together to keep an eye on every inch of the beach. Constant communication and vigilance are key to making sure everyone goes home safely.
MJ at Tower 13, 9-year-old Monica Rivas, last seen 15 minutes ago wearing blue jeans and a red sweatshirt with poor swimming ability.
Okay, and MJ is a missing juvenile. Last seen in the water is a little bit of a concern, especially due to the fact that she has blue jeans and a t-shirt on. Poor swimming ability in an area of known rip currents. We're gonna have to follow up on this one pretty quick.
Near Tower 13, Monica's family has gathered. Monica's mother is living every parent's worst nightmare, a missing child.
Do we have the reporting party on this missing juvenile?
Hey, firm, we have Carolyn Rivas, who's the aunt at our tower, as well as a few other family members.
Monica's aunt, Carolyn Rivas, is the one who went to the lifeguard tower to report her missing.
When you lose somebody, you just feel like you're not gonna find them. So you just wanna run and scream her name, so it's very scary.
Was she in the water? Did the last person here? No.
She wasn't in the water.
She wasn't in the water. Okay, that's better. And I know it's really traumatic, so we're gonna find her, okay? We're gonna find her. Now, if she were in the water,
right,
the current's going from the south to the north.
Right.
So she may have gone in here and then gotten pushed down the beach a little bit. And then when people come in, they're not where they went into the water and they get confused. The next thing that people will do is they'll turn away from the wind and the sun. So the wind right now is coming from out of the southwest. So she's likely headed that way. But we got lifeguards all up and down this beach, and we will find her.
Lifeguards continue to search for a girl in blue jeans and a red shirt. But 30 minutes pass without a sighting. Sergeant Strobel decides to double-check the description given to him by the distressed family.
And she was wearing blue jeans?
No, actually, my sister informed me that she was wearing, she changed into her bathing suit, which is like a Hawaiian skirt, green, with flowers on it.
Okay.
So that's what she was wearing. And she has long hair, curly, and she's light-skinned.
Sergeant Strobel quickly updates Monica's description.
The missing 9-year-old juvenile female, Monica, is wearing a green and white Hawaiian-style bathing suit. She has a light complexion with long, dark-colored hair.
Strobel's update has immediate results.
She was mid-sand, running
5 feet in front of my tower, heading northbound.
Yeah, I was on tower 20, and I was doing my water observation, and this little girl, long brown hair, you know, fair complexion, bathing suit, green skirt, runs by my tower like 5 feet in front of me. And I thought it was odd because she was by herself.
It seems Sergeant Strobel's notion that Monica was headed north away from the wind is accurate. However, since that sighting at Tower 20, there's been no sign of Monica. After another 10 agonizing minutes, the radio crackles to life.
Tower 23, I have 9-year-old Monica here at my tower.
21 time coverage, and that was Tower 23?
Tower 23 has 9-year-old Monica.
As the lifeguards expected, Monica had traveled over a mile north with her back to the sun and wind. A lifeguard from Pacific Beach drives Monica back to Tower 13, where the family anxiously awaits her return.
She went almost a mile and a half.
Una milla para allá.
So don't worry, we're gonna bring her here. Can you see the truck?
After nearly an hour, Monica is finally reunited with her family.
We were very thankful to all the people that helped us, you know, the lifeguards and stuff. So we were very relieved.
Gracias a las personas que nos ayudaron a buscarla.
Every lost and found child is always a traumatic experience, just at different levels. And with all the lost and found children that we've had, we've never lost one. It's a team effort. You got to go with the information that you have. Although very traumatic to the lost child and to the family, it was a happy ending.
Incidents like this will unfortunately be played out many times every weekend on San Diego's beaches. But they don't have to be. Having a plan before hitting the sand can make all the difference.
When you come to the beach, expect to see lots and lots of people. Expect there to be currents that can move you along the beach. What you don't want to do is use a green umbrella as your landmark, because there's going to be hundreds of green umbrellas. Use something like a numbered tower, a business. Have a place to meet or have a landmark to come back to that's near your towel. And then tell your children, if you get lost, go to the lifeguards. The lifeguards are there to help you.
On this episode of Lifeguard, road rage hits the beach.
The woman's claiming she was hit by a vehicle trying to take a parking space. Sounds like it's a vehicle versus a woman. Copy that.
What person would do this?
Then, lifeguards in Del Mar take to the sky.
We use the helicopters to deploy the lifeguard to the victim to at least get to a situation where we can stabilize the victim until further help arrives.
And in Huntington Beach, powerful rip currents have guards on the move.
Do you have a visual on the surfboard?
It's stuck at the end of the rip about 100+ yards offshore.
You know, when lifeguards get that call, we're never quite sure what it is. It's a confirmed missing swimmer because the swimmer had friends that were here. They were in the ocean and they came in and the other swimmer didn't. So we're gonna search and assume the victim's alive for an hour, and we're gonna keep searching tonight until the sun goes down.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Huntington Beach, California is home to some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. And the area presents a unique weather pattern.
Huntington Beach has its own set of weather characteristics. Offshore is fairly flat, but Huntington Beach does pick up waves quite well. So the waves in Huntington Beach are usually a little bit bigger than they are a little further north or further south.
Today, a large swell is hitting Huntington Beach, causing new rip currents to form and putting lifeguards on high alert.
We've had some really big surf over the last few days. For lifeguarding, these are extremely dangerous times for us because the bottom is extremely unpredictable. It's shifting, it's moving around, it hasn't settled in yet. So we're gonna see some pretty big rip currents, probably see some pretty good shore break. The ocean's gonna be extremely unpredictable today.
Ultimately, it will be a day that sees 2 swimmers go missing before the sun sets. A day that will test the Huntington Beach lifeguards.
Hey, it's Jester Zero. Just looking at this rip. It's a big rip. There's 5 people or so.
Rip currents are our main source of rescues down here. Basically, it's an outward current of water, and you can recognize it by the sandy. It's going to be brown and choppy, and that's how we notice them down here.
Big rip opened up over here, and then when I went out, another kid got sucked out in a separate rip current. There's like an inside inshore hole, sandbar, another big inshore hole, so people getting on that sandbar and then jumping back in.
Lifeguards can often spot a swimmer in trouble, even when the swimmer doesn't know it. Lifeguard Rodolfo Nieto notices a boogie boarder caught in a rip current.
Guy's really far out, and it looked like he was waving to the lifeguard here at Tower 3. It looks like he's on his bodyboard stuck in a rip current. The boat's on scene, so the boat might try to get the guy on board unless Nieto can get there in time.
Lifeguard Nieto reaches the victim and realizes he's boogie boarding without fins, which is dangerous when strong rip currents are present. To compound the situation, the victim is also resisting the rescue, but he has no idea of the peril he's in. Lifeguard Nieto finally convinces the man to take his help before he is sucked out to sea.
I was just trying to sit on my board, trying to get a good wave. But I guess the lifeguards, they seen there was problems. So, he went out there, he wanted to bring me in. So we're all good. Thank you, appreciate it, man. Strong swimmer right there.
Whenever guards leave their towers in Huntington, they are backed up by both a truck and a boat.
When the guards go out, it obviously creates an opening. And so we developed the perimeter defense. And what it initially does is it makes sure that when a guard goes out and he has created a hole in that defense, we back it up and we cover it, and also the boats.
These 2 bodyboarders are at the head of a rip. They have no fins, they're sort of struggling, they're so far out. The boat's gonna go ahead and pick them up. Our boat operator's gonna drive to an area where there's no rip current and drop them off really close to shore. Once they're on board, too, he also gives them a chance to catch their breath. We can advise them, hey, you guys are in a bad rip current, you guys don't have any fins, this is what you need to do. The deckhand's telling them right now, okay, go ahead and get ready to go. Deckhand has them stand up, jump off, there goes the first victim, and there goes the second victim. And they should be able to get in really easy here. And save the trip for our tower guard having to go to the full outside break, making about a 10-minute rescue and coming in.
The large swell and high surf that hit the shores of Huntington Beach have made it a long day for lifeguards. But the day is far from over.
911, do you have an emergency?
Yeah, we're over here in front of the water tower, the giant water tower, and we lost somebody in the water.
What tower number are you by?
The tower number is 26.
The lifeguards are on the way out there right now.
7 miles due north of Huntington at Surfside Beach, a 911 call has come in regarding a 24-year-old missing swimmer. This report is extremely alarming because the lifeguards at Surfside have been off duty for over an hour, making Huntington one of the closest beaches with guards still on duty.
We got a call. It's a Code X call. It's a witness submersion. Somebody's gone down underwater, and we're going to go help in another department try to find this person.
We in Huntington Sea Beach, we get those calls regularly to assist other lifeguard agencies for resources that we might have available to them.
For a call of this nature, lifeguards are responding from all beaches in the area, including Marine units from Long Beach, and a search helicopter from Huntington City Police. A quick response is imperative. With a missing swimmer in these water conditions, every passing second could be the difference between life and death. As lifeguard Darren Ham and several other units from Huntington Beach race to the missing swimmer at Surfside, lifeguard Terry Slutsky and the remaining guards of Huntington Beach receive a similar call on their home turf.
It's the Huntington Beach police helicopter, and HB1 has just spotted a surfboard in the head of a rip, and they're just asking if anybody's missing.
What HB1 has spotted is actually a kiteboard. Because of the wind conditions, Huntington Beach is one of the top destinations for advanced kiteboarders. The sighting of a kiteboard without a rider is always cause for alarm, and this board is at the end of a fierce rip current.
Have you seen anybody out on the head of that rip? Where that board?
No, I didn't see anybody.
This rip is a rather large rip. It's maybe out 100, 200 yards. So, you know, we're thinking, okay, if this board's out by itself and the owner's nowhere to be seen, then we potentially could have somebody missing.
Meanwhile, back up the coast at Surfside, lifeguards have gathered more information on the missing swimmer. He's a 24-year-old male who was swimming with 3 friends. When lifeguards went off duty at 6 p.m., the 4 swimmers were advised to get out of the water, but they decided to continue swimming. At 7:15, the 3 friends lost contact with the victim and called 911. Seal Beach Chief Joe Bailey is on scene coordinating rescue efforts from the shore.
We got a call for a missing swimmer. You know, when lifeguards get that call, we're never quite sure what it is. It's a confirmed missing swimmer because the swimmer had friends that were here. They were in the ocean and they came in and the other swimmer didn't. The first thing you want to do, you set a point last seen buoy, and then you start a search from that point. You know, we have a strong current out there. We had the person was last seen in a strong rip current, and so our current today with the pretty good surf is moving fast. So we're covering all the way down to the rocks on this beach, Surfside.
Huntington Beach lifeguards, including Darren Ham, arrive on scene at 7:40 p.m.
They called us in for extra resources, extra people to look, and basically we conducted line searches.
In a line search, lifeguards line up shoulder to shoulder and search the area in shifts from the point last seen buoy, moving in the direction of the current. They will then double back and search the area in a grid-like pattern.
You never know if the swimmer's on the bottom, just underneath the surface. So what the swimmers do is they dive down in a line, they try and kick in the same speed, and they come up at the same spot and do that over and over again. So, you know, these lifeguards are in great shape, and they're well-versed and trained in how to do this swimming, this rescue, this searching, and so that's what they're doing. Swimming down, swimming along the bottom, coming up, backing up a little bit to make sure they cover the whole ocean floor.
Darren Ham has just finished his 3rd shift in the water.
Basically, when a person goes down, they're full of water. They've basically inhaled water, so they're not floating anymore. So what we're doing is we're on the bottom basically, and since visibility is limited, we're kind of feeling.
We're still searching. Lifeguards generally work under what we call the golden hour rule. So we're going to search and assume the victim's alive for an hour, and we're going to keep searching tonight until the sun goes down.
Back in Huntington Beach, lifeguard Terry Slutsky is continuing a search for a missing kiteboarder.
Do you have a visual on the surfboard?
All lifeguards direct their attention to the waves. Things happen quickly in the water. If the kiteboarder has gone under, lifeguards won't have much time. After several minutes, HB1 spots a possible owner.
Maybe you guys could try to make contact with the green and black kite between Tower 10 and 12. It might be his board. He's kind of looking off out there.
So I'm going to see if someone lost their board.
As the helicopter begins searching for a victim at sea, lifeguard Slutsky hopes to find the owner safe on land.
When you get on scene with the kite surfer, I think it's his because he's looking in that area and he doesn't have a board with him. Asking if it's white and the skags were colored.
Hey, is your board white?
Yeah.
HB1 from 5220. The kiteboarder that's 97 with me, he's the owner of the board.
With the missing surfer found safely on shore, lifeguards can now focus on rescuing just his board.
It's stuck at the end of the rip about 100 plus yards offshore. Just sitting there, not going anywhere.
What happened, HB1 flew over. They saw the board, and they were like, hey, are we missing anybody? Because the board's sitting out there at the head of the rip.
Wow. I hit a wave on the way out, caught a little air wrong, kicked my board off. You know, just got pummeled by a few waves following. Usually the waves push it in. It's a drag to be sitting out here on the beach, boardless. How far is it out there?
I don't know, let me get an exact location for you. 0 from 20. Can you give me exact 20 of the board?
Looks like right off of your 20, if not closer to tower 12.
10-4. You just got it.
That's awesome.
In Huntington Beach, a missing kiteboarder is something the guards never take lightly. But today, there's a happy ending.
Thanks, Doug! I could imagine if you had to swim out there and try to find it, because we had a hard time.
Yeah, you can't see it very well.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Even from 0, they had a hard time.
One happy taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't worry.
I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
What was your name?
Terry.
Terry. See you around the beach, huh?
Yeah.
Thanks, Terry.
All right.
Back in Surfside, the search for the missing swimmer has gone on for over an hour and 25 minutes. And unfortunately, lifeguards have determined that the time of survival has passed. This rescue has become a recovery.
At some point, it becomes more of it's a body recovery. You know, after a certain amount of time, the chances of survival are pretty much eliminated. We're pretty much at a point of doing body recovery, and now it's getting to the point where it's getting dark, increasing swell. It's kind of not very safe to continue the search.
After searching into the night and exhausting their resources, the lifeguards find no sign of the missing swimmer.
At some point, you got to be able to let go of it and just, you operate on a professional level, and at some point you just let go of it and you go home, maybe give your family an extra hug or two, tell them you love them an extra couple times.
More than 2 weeks later, the 24-year-old's body is recovered.
The victim recovery actually took place 15 days after the initial drowning. The body was found about 3/4 of a mile away at the end of one of the jetties, which is at a harbor entrance for Huntington Harbor. And then the body's passed on to the coroner, and they completed their investigation.
In Del Mar, California, the summer's warm weather is keeping droves of beachgoers on the sand and in the surf. And nobody has their eyes on the beach, quite like Del Mar lifeguard chief, Pat Verne.
My job here in Del Mar is all-weather conducive. So if the sun's out, the water's warm, the place is packed. It's wall-to-wall people, and obviously that brings in more action, more things to worry about, more things to react to.
Station 3, 3D1, stop order, code 4 surfers, 1 swimmer.
10-4.
I've been here in Del Mar for 30 years, started as a student lifeguard and then kind of worked my way up the ranks. I was actually in high school here playing water polo, and the lifeguard captain at the time came to our water polo games and would try to recruit us for a summer job. And the idea of working on the beach certainly appealed to me, and it's been great ever since.
Even with long summer days and big beach crowds, Pat and his lifeguards know that when the summer's over and water conditions change for the worse, they'll need to be prepared to use more advanced tools for their rescues. Helicopters. The lifeguards, fire department, and Coast Guard all use helicopters to aid in water rescues. In this dramatic footage, a Coast Guard paramedic is lowered into dangerous surf to help 2 victims whose boat had capsized in a winter storm.
during the winter time when we have very large surf. It's going to take us a little while to get the lifeguard to a potential victim, whether it be by boat or swimming out. We use the helicopters to deploy the lifeguard to the victim to at least get to a situation where we can stabilize the victim until further help arrives.
Today, the Del Mar lifeguards will be flying high in conjunction with the San Diego Sheriff's Department.
The ship is going to be turning, so be aware of that. Do not walk anywhere past this part of the aircraft right here, okay? You got the tail rotor back there. That's definitely at, chest to head height. That will kill you if you get hit by it. And then you got the exhaust coming out of the stack right here. It's very hot. It'll give you like a 3rd-degree burn. Now, for whoever is on the pilot side of the aircraft, be aware that there's a collective right here, all right? This collective is what makes the aircraft go up and down. Do not put your hand on this collective, all right? We'll lift off, we'll fly you out, past the surf zone. All you gotta do is you just gotta step off together. Just step right off the skid and then do your thing that you do as lifeguards when you hit the water.
I mean, we want to be in a position when we actually need to do a rescue using the helicopter that we've been trained. We don't have to sit around, go through briefings. The helicopter lands, the lifeguards get onto the side of the skids, and then they take off.
The very first time I was really scared. It's just it was so foreign and holding on to the outside of a helicopter. You're not strapped in at all, but once you did it once, you just want to keep doing it.
So awesome, man. That was good timing, wasn't it?
For now, the conditions are calm, but a rescue during a winter storm would involve extremely volatile waters and a dangerous environment. So the guards must perfect their technique during today's training.
Once the lifeguard's been deployed to the victim and stabilizes the victim, the way we're going to get him back to shore is using one of our rescue boats. So it's a critical component.
No one knows whether the coming winter will produce large storm swells in Del Mar. But with today's training, the lifeguards will be prepared to handle the worst.
So awesome. Loved it.
Having the best trained lifeguards is probably the most important thing of my whole job. You have to have the best trained, you have to have good people, good motivation, and I think I definitely have accomplished that in Del Mar.
San Diego's Ocean Beach is one of the most popular spots to cool off when the weather's warm, and today is no exception.
Here in Ocean Beach, it's mid-70s. The air is clear, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, and it's hotter on the inland, so we're expecting good crowds and a fun day.
With weather like this, thousands of cars are expected to make the journey to the beach, which makes beachfront parking a hot commodity.
Lifeguard dispatch, receiving a 911 call, Ocean Beach. Sounds like it's a vehicle versus a woman.
Copy that.
We received a 911 call of an unknown medical aid.
The woman's claiming she was hit by a vehicle trying to take a parking space. She's sitting on top of her cooler.
Sergeant Harris and lifeguard Lonnie Stevens arrive expecting the worst.
You're still sitting in the same place? I am? You're still sitting in the same damn place? Have another drink. My name's James. I haven't had one drink. What do you want in the Department of Motor Fuel?
Basically, it wasn't a medical aid. It was a dispute between a parking spot over a parking spot.
Do you have any medical condition?
Oh, that was the bad.
Okay, ma'am. You need paramedics.
I'd like to keep you on the beach.
Is there anything that we need to do for you medically?
Okay. All right.
She basically stated that she was saving a parking spot, and a gentleman in a car tried to come in, and according to her story, was to take the spot from her, and that he kept pushing forward until she either fell or was run over by the car.
This particular individual had a cooler full of, personal items, and she refused to move them, so I ran the over and parked my car in the parking spot. She claimed injury, so I called 911 in case she was injured. I'm just like, yeah, you're just laying there trying to look injured so that I look bad. Let's call a spade a spade. Then her husband showed up.
How did all this stuff get like that?
Picked it out from under the
That's
car,
what I'm saying.
literally.
What person would do this?
We kicked it out from under us.
We're not going to get into it right now, guys.
The 911 call has triggered a response from paramedics and police.
We call 911, everybody just comes. Ran me over. I was sitting right here.
In this case, it wasn't a medical aid. We ascertained that fairly early, so we were able to separate the individuals.
Write down her name, some witness information.
When police arrived, they delved down more into who's at fault and what needs to happen to resolve the situation.
In the end, both parties were in the wrong. In San Diego, it's illegal to hold a public parking spot while someone else is waiting. It's also illegal to run over someone's personal property. If this had been a football game, the referees would have called offsetting penalties and replayed the down. Both parties were warned and advised to have a good day at the beach.
Have a good day.
On this episode of Lifeguard, extreme heat takes its toll on a young kayaker in La Jolla.
Dispatch 31 Sam requesting medics from Avenida de la Playa for an 18-year-old female. 31 Sam, you are getting engine 9, medic 24.
She looked like she was barely conscious. She kind of had the eyes rolled back in her head a little bit, dizziness, a little bit of difficulty breathing. All that stuff is serious stuff.
Then, a hidden danger wreaks havoc in the waters of Del Mar.
North Beach Station 3, Stingray victim, needs transport.
When the stinger goes into your foot, it has venom on it, this toxin that's going to start to really be very painful.
And when the wind changes for the worse at Black's Beach, lifeguards race to save a downed paraglider.
This person fell from approximately 200 feet, so very likely they could have a spinal injury.
Yes, okay.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, the person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. In San Diego, the temperature is often regulated by an inbound sea breeze. Winds from the west sweep across the cold California current and bring cool air onto the beaches.
If you're on the coast, temperatures are relatively cool. If you go inland, you don't have to go inland too far. They can get quite hot in the summertime. When it's that hot, sometimes people want to get away from that heat, and they're going to want to come to the beach where it's considerably cooler.
At the northern end of San Diego, beneath Torrey Pines State Reserve, lies Black's Beach. Tucked tightly up against the 400-foot cliffs, this 5-mile stretch of sand is only accessible by steep and narrow trails.
Black's Beach is a very unique beach. The guards that work up here have a lot of challenges. Doesn't have a lot of good access via improved trails or roads, and if we have an injury down on this beach, it's a lot harder to get a paramedic down there than it is if we have an injury near the boardwalk, say at Mission Beach.
The San Diego lifeguards' presence at Black's Beach is most visible with their special outpost known as the Perch. Set high atop the cliff's edge, from this tactical vantage point, the guards have a bird's-eye view on several miles of beach below, and a front row seat to the beach's other attraction, paragliding. Here, the winds are like no other place in Southern California.
The weather at Black's Beach is a very interesting area. We have these relatively large cliffs, and when the sea breeze starts to kick in, the sea breeze is going to be moving from the water towards the land, but when it hits those cliffs, it is forced upwards, and it gives a nice uplift to the air that the hang gliders will take advantage of.
Without the weather, we wouldn't be flying. It's very important to the sport, no matter where you go in the world to fly, and specifically here. And it's real unique, this location. It has this specific coastal eddy, which is referred to quite often, and it creates very favorable conditions here at Torrey Pines.
Experts like Jeremy Bishop have learned to navigate the sky for rides that last up to 8 hours.
Paragliding is close you can get as flying like a bird as possible. You're just focused and enjoying, and you're feeling the next good piece of wind. And the only sound you have is a little bit of wind over your ears. If you're close to a friend, you can literally talk to them, no problem. Typically, we're flying between 4,000 and 1,000 feet above the ocean. Flying without a motor and only using Mother Nature is just something very, very special. There's only a few types of aircrafts in the world that can maintain and sustain a flight plan, and the paragliding is at the top of the list for that right now.
Although paragliders are relatively easy to fly, one can never underestimate what happens when the weather or wind changes.
Fall approximately 200 feet. He's on the Citizens Trail right now.
Lifeguard Jason Yeager witnessed the unthinkable.
I was watching a paraglider above me in the canyon lose wind in his sail, and I was watching to see when he was going to watch him recover, but he didn't recover. I'd say he fell at least 200 feet, from 200 feet up. It was a loud noise, and he bounced off the cliffside pretty hard.
Lifeguard Yeager rushed up to the victim, climbing in an area he'd known his entire life.
I grew up here in La Jolla, University City area. Went to University City High School, played every sport there is. Was heavily involved in basketball, Pop Warner. Then I started realizing that I was more of a water type of guy, so I got into water polo and swim. Took that with me to college.
Jason earned a degree in marketing from Long Beach State, but felt that his calling was with the United States Navy. So he enlisted, excelled, and found himself in the middle of the toughest course on the planet, Basic Underwater Demolition SEALs Training, or BUDS.
The training that you get at BUDS it's a kick in the pants. It pushes your limits, not only physically, but mentally as well. I mean, you don't get much sleep. And after going through something like that, nothing else really seems that difficult.
Unfortunately for Jason, during the 24-week training, his dream of becoming a Navy SEAL suffered a tragic fate.
I was injured out. I had some nerve damage in my neck, compressed some discs.
The injuries he sustained ended Jason's path to the Navy SEALs, but the La Jolla, California native was driven to serve. So he joined the San Diego Lifeguards and became a part of the elite crew that patrol the demanding Black's Beach. Yeager immediately calls the accident into La Jolla Shore's main tower, then scrambles to aid the victim.
When I got to the victim, I couldn't see any broken bones, but he had severe chest and back pain, and he had loss of consciousness, and he was coughing up blood. Well, after doing an initial assessment on his limbs, I couldn't find any broken extremities, and I saw some major bruising on his lumbar area on his back, and I figured maybe he had some traumatic injuries internally.
Lifeguard Sergeant Troy Keach is at La Jolla Shores when the call comes in.
Drove up here, code 3, and in the way, we try to get everything going. I got units coming from all over the city, fire units. I've also got a fire helicopter responding.
Number 2, go ahead. We had a hang glider fall approximately 200 feet, so we're going to be requesting you to head that direction. And I'll establish command once I get on scene. ETA, 8 minutes.
That's definitely a code 3 fall, and I'm thinking the worst. I think somebody's going to be dead.
Meanwhile, 3 miles south at La Jolla Shores, the inland heat wave continues to bring people to the beach. But a lack of strong winds on the coast has also turned up the temperature at La Jolla shores.
It's been really hot, and it's Sunday, and it's midday, and there's some surf. There's about 1 million people on the beach. When you get lots of kayaks going out, lots of surfers, lots of swimmers, waders, people hanging out on the beach, then eventually something's gonna happen.
Lifeguard Hodel's words proved to be correct. As the heat wave continues to beat down, an 18-year-old female kayaker has returned to the beach complaining of exhaustion. 10 minutes earlier, her kayak had capsized at sea. The extreme heat and trauma of the accident has left the woman in bad shape on the beach.
What do you feel like right now?
We're driving south, and one of the kayak guides flagged us down, and he said that there was a girl that was brought in from her tour that was potentially dehydrated.
Yeah, our pulse is super fast. It's like your chest and your legs, what? Feels numb.
Given the victim's condition, Lifeguard Sergeant Ben Lewis radios dispatch.
Dispatch 31 Sam, requesting medics from Avenida de la Playa for an 18-year-old female. She's alert and oriented ×4. Her chief complaint is exhaustion and tingling in her extremities after kayaking. She's in mild status. Copy 31 Sam, you are getting engine 9, medic 24.
With several minutes before paramedics arrive, lifeguards will put their EMT training to the test to keep the victim stable.
Immediately when we saw her, it was pretty clear that it was going to be something really serious. She looked like she was barely conscious. She kind of had the eyes rolled back in her head a little bit, dizziness, a little bit of difficulty breathing. All that stuff is serious stuff. We put her on oxygen, we took all her vitals, we kept questioning her about her medical history.
No allergies, no meds? What'd you have to eat today? Couldn't quite figure out what exactly was going on, but tingling throughout her whole body.
Check her eyes, are they pearl?
Yep, pearl and equal. So definitely wanted to get her to a higher level of care. What finger am I touching?
Give respiration, fella.
We'll check right now. Did you say you swallowed a little bit of water though, when you were out there?
Say again?
Barely stand in.
You feel like you can't move? Okay, well, we're gonna take care of you here.
She said she swallowed a little bit of water on the way in. And, you know, she was just having a little bit of difficulty breathing.
So she fell out of the kayak at some point?
Yep.
Any medical history?
No medical history, no allergies. She's definitely kept saying she was dehydrated, she's thirsty.
How are you doing? Hi there, how are you guys?
Thanks.
Paramedics arrive on scene, and the lifeguards bring them up to speed on the victim's status.
She was complaining of dehydration and thirsty.
Was she out swimming or?
She was in the kayak. She was on a kayak, so she might have exerted herself. But we were getting a pulse of 100 and a BP of 90/60. But she definitely looks really tired. Eyes were pearl. She's tingling all over her body.
Now extremely weak and barely conscious, the lifeguards and paramedics begin to move the victim. They must get her off the beach and to the hospital quickly.
We're going to transfer to the gurney.
She'll go to the hospital and get checked out and get a further evaluation, but over time she definitely deteriorated. Her condition got a little bit worse.
Stuff over the rail and down on the ground.
Extreme dehydration and heat exhaustion are very dangerous. If not remedied quickly, they can result in permanent damage to both the internal organs and the brain. Meanwhile, 3 miles north of La Jolla shores at Black's Beach, lifeguards are responding to a paraglider accident in the steep cliffs. Lifeguard Jason Yeager was the first responder.
I was watching a paraglider lose wind in his sail. I'd say he fell at least 200 feet.
Given the nature of this incident, the Lifeguard Cliff Response Unit and a rescue helicopter are heading to the scene.
Lifeguard dispatch, we just need a trauma pack, O2, some rope.
With help on the way, Lifeguard Yeager sends out more vital information.
Conscious breathing at this time, complaining of chest pain.
Fire Copter 2 is on the scene quickly. Their first order of business? Dropping a fire department paramedic to assist Lifeguard Yeager.
31 Sam, we're in somewhat of a precarious position sitting down on a steep cliff. There's 3 of us here. Citizens IC, copy.
Sergeant Troy Keach is the incident commander. He takes control of the operation, coordinating all safety and rescue assets on scene.
And the most dangerous part of this call is actually just the cliffs, and whether they're stable, whether they're not. Was my rescuer in a position where he was secure and had really good footing? It turns out it was pretty dicey. You know, it was pretty difficult ledge that he was on. Is it safe for the helicopter to come in? Is it safe for us to carry the gear down these cliffs? There's a variety of things that I have to consider as a commander. Thinking pretty difficult climb to get down to that victim.
Put a belay on that.
Flake it out, John?
Yeah.
Paramedic Barry Links was dropped in by helicopter.
Because of the slope that we were on, we opted to request the guards that were on the trail to set up a anchor line and drop down a rope to us.
Pay attention. All right, I got tension up, right?
With the immediate danger of sliding down the cliff eliminated, lifeguard Yeager and paramedic Links go to work.
We knew he was going to be tracked on the helicopter, so we had a foldable basket or Furno carrier that he pulled down with him. We opened that up and then slowly, methodically placed the victim onto the Furno carrier. The victim was in quite a bit of pain and discomfort. We had to try to move to his likings and his comfort level, so there was muscle modifications made to his placement on there. As far as taking some of his clothing and our clothing and placing underneath his neck and putting his arms in certain positions because he wasn't very comfortable with his arms. His shoulders were giving him problems.
As the rescue team secures the victim in the Furno carrier, they prepare for the next vital step, extraction by helicopter.
As soon as we got him on the Furno carrier and all stabilized, the helicopter made a re-entrance into the canyon.
But this extraction is fraught with danger. Crew Chief Tim O'Malley operates the winch that will hoist the paramedic and victim off the cliffside.
As we fly into these areas, the winds are unpredictable. It's unlike, you know, the rolling terrains of mountains or the backcountry areas. This is a very steep, sharp cliff edge. So the winds act differently. It's something that we've come accustomed to and we've trained for, but it presents an additional challenge.
I got the hook, I made the connection to my harness, then I bend down and I make the connection to the bag that is securing the patient.
As they take off, the victim and paramedic dangle 185 feet below the helicopter. Paramedic Links does his best to put the victim at ease.
As we were coming up the hoist, I was talking to the patient and reassuring them. It's often, you know, a pretty scary experience.
With no time to waste, the rescue helicopter departs instantly for the trauma center. Traveling at 40 miles per hour, paramedic Links and the victim are carefully hoisted up to the moving helicopter. Using this advanced maneuver while en route to the hospital saves precious time for the victim. Meanwhile, back at the site of the accident, Sergeant Troy Keach still has work to do.
When the helicopter lifts off, I want to make sure that all of my lifeguards are okay. I'm also concerned about, on this particular call, that the guy's wife and son were down on the beach somewhere, and I wanted to be able to find them and let them know what happened so, you know, we can get his family with him up to the hospital.
The victim was a German tourist. His wife and son had made their way up from the beach to see the rescue. Only then did they find out the victim was no stranger.
From Germany?
Germany? Yes.
He's from Germany?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you're at the hospital. Who's talking? You're at the hospital. So let's go. Let's walk up. Let's walk up top. You want to walk up with us? Yes. Since you were tell us what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down.
You guys speak English?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, when he first took it off, he was talking, okay? He's okay for now.
He was taken off the flight and his hang glider crashed.
Yes.
And the helicopter took him to the hospital.
Yes.
He's at Scripps La Jolla. So we'll go up there and we'll talk to the paramedics.
The victim arrived at Scripps La Jolla Hospital within 5 minutes and was rushed to the trauma center while his wife and son were escorted to the hospital by police. For lifeguard Jason Yeager, his dream to serve in the Navy SEALs may be over, but his drive to serve is a testament to the spirit of the lifeguards at Black's Beach.
The first lifeguard in St. Jason did a great job. He actually saw the accident, he made the right radio transmissions, he got the right resources going initially, and he gave us great updates, and he got to the victim.
The best thing about being a lifeguard is it's the perfect lifestyle. I mean, you're doing what you love to do, and you're helping people out, and you're staying healthy and happy.
Sheltered by an offshore canyon, Del Mar, California hosts a beautifully protected 2-mile strip of beach that attracts thousands of people each year.
Del Mar has its own unique weather pattern. Mostly you have a gentle sloping beach. The waves don't get too big there.
But these calm coastal waters also attract something else: stingrays.
The stingrays can be found all over the beaches in San Diego and Southern California, but there are certain hot spots.
And beaches between Del Mar and La Jolla record hundreds of stingray incidents each year.
Typically stingrays like very calm, shallow water.
In the shoal, stingrays are free to congregate and hunt for small crustaceans, while being able to avoid many of their natural predators. Unfortunately, these are the same areas where beachgoers like to wade and swim.
North Beach Station 3, stingray victim, need transport.
7-4, 390 will be en route.
Where were you at when you stepped on this?
Dude, I was like probably like 4 feet out.
Right out here?
Yeah.
What we had was a male who stepped on a stingray, received a small laceration to the foot.
Yeah, that's too much blood for shit, right?
In Del Mar, we tend to get at least 3, maybe 3 stingrays plus a day. So stingrays are relatively common.
Southern California is home to a variety of ray species, but it's the tiny, round stingray that packs the biggest punch. Measuring on average only 10 inches across, this little creature has developed an extremely effective defense mechanism.
Typically, this ray likes to bury itself in the sand, and it does that for protection. But unfortunately, because it's partially buried, it's very hard to see. So if a beachgoer comes out and happens to step on one, it's going to trigger a reflex to cause the tail to swing up, and the tail is where the stinger is located, the spine. And this spine, it has venom on it, and so, of course, when the stinger goes into your foot, it's not only the physical pain from the barb going in, but it's also this toxin that's going to start to really be very painful.
Many people describe stingray wounds as feeling like 10 bee stings all at once. But the pain from a sting can vary from mild to extreme, and is generally associated with the deepness of the wound and one's own pain tolerance. Often, victims won't feel the full effect of the sting right away, so it's important for lifeguards to treat the wound before the pain increases.
It's really case by case. Some people are in here for a half an hour. Some people are in here for a few hours.
The most common treatment for a stingray sting is to immerse the wound in very hot water, as hot a temperature as you could possibly stand. And that's because the toxin that comes from the stingray is made of a protein. And by exposing it to very hot temperatures, you're breaking down that protein so that it's no longer active and it's no longer able to really hurt you.
You're probably the first of a few to come here today, so.
Stingrays are generally very docile. Whenever they sting a person, it is never an attack. It is never done on the offensive. It's always done in defense. And so the best way to avoid being stung by a stingray is to shuffle your feet. If you're shuffling, dragging your feet, kicking sand in front of you as you're walking, you're going to scare away the stingray. It's going to move away very, very quickly, as opposed to just, say, marching on the sand where you could definitely step on one, and if you step on their back, you're going to trigger that reflex and have them come up and sting you.
On this episode of Lifeguard, a special service in Del Mar helps everyone enjoy the ocean.
I went to bed one night and I woke up and I was paralyzed. You gave her a huge gift.
And in La Jolla, lifeguards race to find a missing diver who is running out of both time and oxygen.
You can get how much air is left.
Copy that. Medics to the boat launch at La Jolla Shores.
Able, if you can vector in the rescue boat on top of the bubbles.
We initiated a San Diego Lifeguards dive rescue team response.
Then, in San Diego, an intense heat wave leaves one beachgoer in bad shape.
She was unconscious, unresponsive to pain, unresponsive to verbal commands.
Watch out. We never had a situation like that.
What was really alarming was the way that she was arching her back.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, the person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. At the northern boundary of San Diego sits the popular coastal community known as La Jolla. A network of idyllic beach areas, La Jolla's features include La Jolla Shores, the Children's Pool, and the tranquil waters of La Jolla Cove, a hot spot for swimming, snorkeling, and scuba diving. Overseeing the cove today is lifeguard Lisa Darling.
I'm a permanent lifeguard for the city of San Diego. I have been working at this beach for the past 13 years. I'm in charge of the seasonal staff here to make sure the beach runs well. And it's not every day that you're able to make a difference in somebody's life. And this job, I know I do, and I know the decisions I make are important, and I do like knowing that I have made a difference in people's lives.
Today's air temperature is in the high 80s, but the water temperature is unseasonably cool.
We had a little bit of a north swell and a lot of wind coming in, and so that can cause an upwelling. So the water that's on the bottom is colder, so that comes up to the surface and brings up the colder water. Sometimes when the water is cold, we look for cases of hypothermia, and we look for people that look exhausted or pale, and that's just something we deal with when water temperature drops and gets colder.
Darling and lifeguard Joe Davalos are watching the cove when Lisa notices a diver in trouble.
He was having difficulty even submerging in the water. He was getting close to the rocks. He looked uncomfortable. And then with divers, their equipment won't be on correctly, so they just seem uncomfortable. There's a lot of signs that things weren't going well.
We had seen these people go out 30 minutes earlier. We were watching them and we were kind of wondering what was going on, because they had been staying on top of the water the whole time. It was unusual for divers to do that. I asked, can he kick? And he wasn't helping at all, just a floating buoy.
When we got to the diver, he was beginning to go into shock. He was exhausted. He couldn't even talk or answer questions. And so we really wanted to get him sitting down and get his wetsuit off and really be able to talk to him and see exactly what was going on. All right, any medical issues we should know about?
No. That's 100% pure oxygen. You can breathe as much as you want. Joe, I need a dive profile.
How long were you down?
Maybe 15 minutes. 15 minutes max. And what you need to do right now is you just need to relax. You feel any better than you did 10 minutes? It's feeling better, feeling stronger once we got the O2 on him.
With the victim stabilized and showing no signs of hypothermia, the lifeguards turn his care over to the paramedics.
One of the reasons that I like this job is it's very dynamic. It's not just water rescues, it's medical aids, it's cliff rescues, it's scuba diver rescues, and I do get just as much satisfaction from this type of rescue.
The rescue of the exhausted diver was supervised by Sergeant James Garland, who's been with the San Diego Lifeguards for 17 years.
I grew up in New Jersey. I grew up in Long Branch, New Jersey, down on the Jersey Shore, and I came through a long line of cooks and chefs or restaurant workers, and then there was another side of the family that were accountants.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Did you get some good ones out there?
Yeah, did you?
It was okay. It's a little high tide. I'll see you later.
I found myself quitting and leaving good accounting jobs to come back to the beach every summer, so I figured I might as well just stay with the job that I like. hot, sunny summer day like this where it's real hot inland, it's even hot at the beach, and we have a pushing swell. These are all the factors that cause us to be extremely busy.
Dispatch La Jolla Shores for a possible diver emergency. About half a mile offshore, there's 3 divers next to a kayaker. Kayaker says that one of the divers is not up yet, and the 3 divers are worried and concerned.
My first response as soon as I heard that was I knew we were going to be launching Jet 3, so I grabbed the radio bag, put it on, grabbed my fins. We launched the ski.
As Hodel hurries toward the divers in the cove, over at the children's pool, Lifeguard Sergeant James Gartland takes over as incident commander.
And 3 same copies, it's separated diver call. I'll start to the cove.
I acknowledged the call. We requested some resources, a surf boat, a PWC, and requested a dive profile.
A separated diver means that someone has been divided from their group. If lifeguards are unable to quickly locate the person, this call will be upgraded to a missing diver. After that, it becomes the dreaded Code X, a drowned victim.
Copy. We just want to determine whether or not this is a missing diver or a separated diver.
Affirmative. I'm gathering more as we speak.
31 Sam responding to shores from Torrey Pines.
My crew and I spotted the divers way on the outside. They were waving their buoys.
Jet 3 on scene, gathering information.
I just asked them, basically we wanted to get a dive profile. We wanted to figure out what had happened, whether there'd been a struggle, how far down they had dove, how long they'd been at the bottom.
The remaining divers are shaken by their friend's sudden disappearance.
We decided as a group to swim out toward the canyon, which is about a half-mile offshore. 5-10 minutes into the dive when we noticed the other dive buddy came back toward us and, hey, where's your buddy? Where's your buddy? Worst case scenario thing comes to mind. Maybe something happened. Maybe he's stuck in kelp. Maybe his gear had a catastrophic malfunction.
The missing diver had last been seen exploring the underwater trenches of La Jolla Ecological Reserve, a popular location for scuba divers.
You know, you're dropping in literally to the depths of the Grand Canyon with just a short 10-minute kick off the beach. They're probably right next to a ledge that potentially dropped down to 350 feet.
Copy that. If you can get how much air is left and just ascertain if there's any witnessed emergency or this is simply a separated diver at this time.
Jet 3 dispatch. Sounds like a missing diver. There's a 90-foot dive. They came to the surface approximately 25 minutes ago.
I got an initial dive profile. They said 95 to 108 feet and a rapid ascent. So that, to me, that means it's going to be a dive team call. It's going to be a legitimate missing diver call, not a separated diver. And it bumps it up a little bit more.
As the search for the missing diver escalates, 6 miles south in Mission Beach, the hot sun has brought out an enormous weekend crowd. And Lifeguard Sergeant Rick Strobel is on duty.
Busy weekend down here at Mission Beach. Probably close to 30,000 people visiting our area of the beach today. And with that comes a lot of different types of calls.
Lifeguards have received a call that a young woman is having a seizure on a crowded beach.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, she just collapsed. And then he was trying to pick her up, and she wouldn't stand up, and she was just limp. And then he laid her down, and she was just kind of arched and wasn't moving at all.
Pulse is 100. We responded to the scene, and we found this young female, about 25 years old, laying on the sand.
She was unconscious, unresponsive to pain, unresponsive to verbal commands.
Lifeguard's first response is to maintain an airway so an unconscious victim can breathe.
We did insert a nasal pharyngeal airway. People don't like that. And if they have any type of consciousness whatsoever, they're going to fight and not allow that to be inserted.
Can you give us some history on her?
She's my girlfriend.
Okay.
She's been my girlfriend for 3 years.
And does she have a history of these seizures?
No, she does not.
You've never had one before?
No, never.
When did this happen?
This happened about 5-10 minutes ago.
No one around her knew any past history of seizures. We never had a situation like that.
Can you hear me?
With sunny skies and high temperatures on the beach, the woman's seizures could be a sign of extreme dehydration or heat stroke.
What's your pulse right there? 100? 100.
One, two, three.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, go.
Check her pupils.
Yeah.
They're fine?
They're blown.
She had a very strong pulse, had normal vital signs for the most part, so it was a little, interesting to us.
You guys can follow or somebody can come with you. All right, hold on.
Where are you guys taking her?
The lifeguards need to quickly get her out of the sun and to the paramedics.
Watch out.
Girl never had a history of seizure and was seizing on the beach. Boyfriend doesn't know anything about it, no history of anything. Blood pressure was 180 over 120. What was really alarming was the way that she was presenting and arching her back, which can lead you to believe that there can be some serious underlying medical issues there.
With the victim still seizing, paramedics must get the girl to the hospital as soon as possible.
We responded the way we're trained. We are trained EMTs, so in case something like that happens on the beach, we're right there and they're going to get immediate care.
The cause of the woman's seizures remains a mystery, but she is quickly transported to the local hospital where she'll receive further care. Six miles back up the coast in La Jolla, the lifeguards continue their search for a missing diver. The man was last seen by his dive partners near a vast underwater canyon, 95 feet below the surface. Jet 3 is already on scene, while additional units are responding from surrounding areas.
If you can get how much air is left, and just ascertain if there's any witnessed emergency or this is simply a separated diver at this time.
Jet 3 dispatch. Sounds like a missing diver.
The search is being coordinated from La Jolla Cove by Lifeguard Sergeant James Gartland.
We are mobilizing dive team members at this time.
Dispatch copy.
31 Sam, we're stepping this up to a missing diver.
We initiated a San Diego lifeguard dive rescue team response. All the lifeguards that are on that team at different beaches assemble their gear and come to the scene and start a coordinated dive. It's pretty impressive and it happens really quick.
Hey, lifeguard dispatch, can you get a fireboat crew ready?
In Mission Bay,
You guys ready? Got everything? We're launching.
the first dive crew is assembled on the docks and begins heading toward La Jolla. It will be their job to sweep the ocean floor and find the diver before it's too late.
31 Sam to shores. If we can get the second ski launched with the crew and bail out.
A second personal watercraft joins the search party, while medics mobilize in preparation for a possible drowning.
31 Sam on D2, and we'll be responding to the boat launch.
Copy that. Medics to the boat launch at La Jolla shores.
Luckily for us, PD was monitoring the air and Able was in the area, which is their helicopter. They came up on the air and offered some assistance.
Able to just try to keep our eyes off that general area.
So we're taking it as a serious emergency, as a full-fledged missing diver at this point. Right now, at this point, we're just the rescue operation staged out of the cove, but if they should find somebody that's having a medical emergency, a diver, they'll be brought here.
PD helicopter was checking the surface for bubbles. The boats were checking the surface for bubbles. My land units, tower at the shores, the tower at the cove, they're checking the area for divers popping up, people waving their hands. We have the dive team mustering their crew and getting ready to head this way. The people on the PWC get a best last seen location and depth, and we drop a buoy there. That starts our search.
The search must move quickly. The diver could have suffered a medical issue, an equipment malfunction, or been entangled in kelp. By now, he's running out of air. The highly trained dive team is on scene and preparing to enter the water. Rescue Boat West starts patrolling the shoreline.
Rescue West, we got a solo diver that just popped up between the A buoy and Point La Jolla. We're going to send a guard out from the cove.
Solo diver.
Yeah.
Where's Jet 3 at?
Copy. Continue.
The sighting is only 100 yards offshore. Lifeguard Dustin Fierro grabs his rescue board and charges out to sea.
and he just submerged again. He's on the surface. We got a guard from the cove and Rescue West heading that way.
The police helicopter spots the diver's bubbles and begins directing the rescue effort. If the diver is injured or trapped below the surface, every second counts.
Abel, if you can vector in the rescue boat on top of the bubbles. Okay, for the boat, head to east, and for the paddleboard, just keep paddling straight, maybe 100 feet. Paddleboard's probably gonna make it there first.
And just before I got there, he submerged, probably about roughly 20 feet.
So we lost visual contact with the diver again.
Spotting the silhouette of the diver, deckhand Rick Snell plunges into the water.
Rescue West, all responding units, we're clear. We have the missing diver right at the vessel off the cove.
The guy that popped up was the guy that they got separated from.
Emma, what's there? Thanks.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
4 Delta, Rescue 3, copy.
The diver is confused and embarrassed, but otherwise fine. Abandoning the buddy system to explore the reef on his own, he's been unaware of the manhunt he's launched.
He said his name, and he said, "Oh no, is this all for me?"
Because he looked up, saw the rescue boat, he saw the helicopter, he saw the guy on the board. So he saw all the resources in the area and realized we were actively looking for him.
By the time it was called clear, we had a helicopter on scene, a 22-foot lifeguard rescue boat with 2 people. We had 2 jet skis on scene, and we had lifeguards responding from the cove on paddleboards. We also had the fire engine on scene. We had the medics on scene and myself on scene, staged for the medical end should there have been a true dive accident. We had dive team members responding. By the time it was called off, over a half dozen had reported in that they were assembling their gear.
Dispatch copies, all clear at 1600 hours.
It's a good drill. It's like real life, real time, gets us all together, and this time it worked like clockwork, and we found the guy. I mean, his buddies would probably still be looking for him. They'd be calling his wife. She'd be driving down here freaking out.
The saying goes, plan the dive and dive the plan. So you always follow the procedures and that you set with your buddies. It's extremely important so things like this don't ever happen.
Turned out as good as these calls turn out. When that person comes to the surface or we find them and they're still living with a heartbeat and breathing and they get to go home that day, that's a good day for everybody.
It's a beautiful sunny day on the beaches of Del Mar, and hundreds of families have come out to enjoy the sand and surf. Families just like the Macarolis.
We enjoy the beautiful weather, having fun out in the sun. We love to surf and just families here, so we came.
But the Macarolis came to Del Mar for one other very important reason. A 12-year-old boy named Michael.
My son actually has cerebral palsy and we need to use their wheelchair. The lifeguards are so wonderful. I feel really safe. They help us with him and it's the perfect location for us.
The Del Mar fleet of land and sea wheelchairs are free for anyone to use. Lifeguard John Edelbrock says it all started with someone just like Michael.
Back in the mid to late 90s, a woman out in Rancho Santa Fe had lost leg function and still wanted to get down to the beach.
So the woman did some research and discovered these amphibian chairs, complete with giant PVC wheels that can roll on sand and float in the water. She purchased a few chairs and made a donation that changed lives.
Soon thereafter, we started seeing more and more people, coming down to use them, started getting phone calls, and the demand increased significantly. And we got more and more donations, and now we have a fleet of 6 of them. We have them at 3 of our towers and make them accessible to anybody that requires them to enjoy the ocean and the sand.
For lifeguard Ariel Crocker, the wheelchairs mean a freedom some beachgoers may have thought impossible.
It's really nice because people who thought that they couldn't enjoy the beach like they used to prior an injury or a disability, they get to come and enjoy the beach and actually get onto the sand, get their toes wet.
And that's something Michael seems to have no problem doing today.
I was just hitting waves and it hurt, but you know, I went through it. It was fine.
As Michael finishes up his day of fun in the sun, another family begins to enjoy all that Del Mar has to offer. For Christina, today is something of an anniversary.
I haven't been in the water in like 2 years. I went to bed one night and I woke up and I was paralyzed and I couldn't move or feel anything. It's called transverse myelitis, and it happens to 1 in 100,000 people.
Thanks to the Del Mar lifeguards and their chairs, Christina's condition isn't stopping her from having the time of her life, something her mom, Veronica, appreciates all too well.
To be able to find these, we were really lucky. It's a blessing. When we tried to bring her to the beach, we could get only as far as the sand. This is the first year she got to touch the water again, so it was nice.
For the lifeguards that patrol Del Mar, Christina's mom has these words.
Thank you very much. You gave her a huge gift this weekend. It was a beautiful gift for her. It's a blessing.
It's so much fun.
On this episode of Lifeguard, the Huntington Beach lifeguards have their hands full with an unusual type of rescue.
What is it? He's got one here in his mouth. It's okay, little guy, it's okay.
Oh my gosh.
While lifeguards in Long Beach catch a suspiciously aggressive boater.
Follow us. We will. You can meet her down. Okay. Do me a favor, meet me at that dock. Meet me at that dock right over there.
You know, these are my neighbors.
I got that.
Right?
I got that.
You're embarrassing the out of me.
Obviously, you're agitated.
Give me a ticket or arrest me or I'm done.
How much alcohol have you had today?
And in San Diego, busy weekend crowds pack Mission Beach. But lifeguards aren't the only ones keeping an eye on the water.
Dispatch, go ahead. We have a confirmed sighting of large shark off Mission Beach. Shark in the water, shark in the water.
When I saw the shark, I was 30 yards from the dorsal fin, which appeared to me to be a white shark. They usually don't come in shore unless they're hungry.
I kid you not, man. That's exactly what it was like.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. San Diego has a weather pattern unlike anywhere else in America. With a Mediterranean climate to the north and a semi-arid one to the south, the city enjoys the best of both worlds.
The northeastern Pacific High is what makes California have nice weather. These high pressures are like a big rock. It essentially keeps out storms.
It's these conditions that make this city's beaches a destination spot for tourists worldwide. Over 22 million visitors a year flock to San Diego, contributing to its $15 billion tourist industry. Here, everyone is counting on the lifeguards to keep the beaches safe and keep them coming back year after year.
This year, the water's been warm up until this week, so we've had a lot of rescues, and they've all been mostly rip current related.
Today, veteran lifeguard Alan Cracklow will be on patrol in Mission Beach, providing backup for any incoming radio call.
Last week at La Jolla Shores, we had a 30-person mass rescue. 100 people got sucked out in the rip current, so that was one of our big calls this summer.
We have 21 Sam respond to the Tower 19, so can you have medics dispatched to Santa Clara and Ocean Front Walk?
Sounds like the guard, he's by himself right now taking care of the patients, so we're trying to get 2 or 3 units down here to back him up and help him. Usually nice to have 4 or 5 guards to package a patient when they've injured their neck.
The gentleman came out of the surf. He'd gotten hit pretty good in the head with his surfboard, really rung his bell, enough to split his lip. It appears that it rocked his head back suddenly because he had pain right in the bottom of his neck.
All right, slip this up underneath. It's really not very comfortable, but I want to make sure his head doesn't move around. There you go. I feel like I'm going to pass out. All right, we'll hold
if you need to, we got you. Bring that board quick.
He's going to pass. Thinks he's...
Okay, we're going to lay you back on this board.
The surfer battles to stay conscious, while lifeguards try to get him onto a backboard before he collapses.
Lay back, just lay back, relax, relax, relax.
And we're going to get some oxygen on you as well, and that's going to help you.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just grab my fingers and then squeeze on them? Both hands at the same time. There you go, nice. Thank you.
Fearing possible injury to the man's spine, lifeguards have to work as a team to keep his back straight while they gather his vitals and prepare to move him off the beach.
Do you think your pain is more on the bottom of your neck or the top of your neck?
Kind of the very base of my neck.
Very bottom? All right. Yeah, I see some blood in your mouth. Do you feel any damage in your mouth?
No.
Your lips cut pretty good?
Yeah.
Dispatch from 21 Sam, medics are on scene. Santa Clara.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
With a full team assembled, lifeguards must work in perfect unison to avoid further damaging the victim's spine. Any misstep during this phase could be tragic.
He's going to go to the hospital. They'll keep him immobilized so there's no movement in his neck and no movement in his back. They'll take some x-rays, and he walked onto the beach. We want him to be able to walk again when he goes home tonight.
The Pacific High has brought perfect weather to Mission Beach. Sunny skies, an air temperature of 81 degrees, and a water temperature of 70 has thousands of swimmers in the water. Lifeguard Todd Rice has paddled out into the surf to watch over the crowd. But Todd is not the only one with an eye on the swimmers.
I was out on a rescue board going towards the outside of the surf line, and when I noticed a large triangularly shaped fin, which appeared to me to be a shark.
In San Diego, there's probably about 20 kinds of sharks that are frequently seen by fishermen, swimmers, beachgoers, kayakers.
Most of the species sighted in these waters are small and have never attacked humans. But just seeing a fin, any fin in the water, is sure to send a chill up the average person's spine.
The most common species of shark in San Diego is probably the leopard shark, which can form aggregations or groups of several hundred or 1,000 individuals along the beach at any time. But they are completely harmless to people.
But occasionally, larger, more dangerous sharks make their way closer to shore.
When I saw the shark, I was 30 yards from the dorsal fin, which appeared to me to be a white shark. They usually don't come in shore unless they're hungry.
Carcharodon carcharias. Its name means white death. It's the largest predatory fish in the sea, growing to 20 feet and weighing over 7,000 pounds. And its appetite is legendary. In California alone, there have been over 100 documented shark attacks on humans. In 2007, Todd Endress was swimming with a pod of dolphins outside Monterey Bay when a great white attacked from below. In 2011, surfer Eric Tarantino couldn't escape a white shark hunting near Marina State Beach. And just 18 miles north of Mission Beach, retired veterinarian Dave Martin was attacked while training for a triathlon.
This morning there was one fellow I heard screaming, and we turned back and swam to him, and he'd already been hit by a pretty good-sized shark. It was awful.
2 swimmers bravely swam out to help Martin, but the severity of the wounds left little chance for survival.
We pulled him in as quickly as we could, and the lifeguard met us, administered CPR, gave him oxygen, did everything they could, but by the time we got through the surf, there was so much blood loss, we couldn't save him.
Hoping to prevent another attack from ever happening in San Diego, lifeguards race to clear the surf. Heading up this challenge is Incident Commander Nick Lerma.
I grew up in San Diego. Both my parents were certified divers, so when I turned 12, I was certified to scuba dive just so we could go out on our family outings. Just before that, I was a junior lifeguard. In fact, several of the people I work with, we started our sort of lifeguarding career as junior lifeguards with the state of California here at Silver Strand State Beach in the early 70s. They taught us how to surf, how to skin dive, how to sail, and that's really where I was sparked and my imagination was captured. And from there, I sort of decided I wanted to be a lifeguard. As an ocean lifeguard, you gotta be prepared. You're gonna have scenarios that are gonna scare you, and you're tasked with swimming out, grabbing these people that are most certainly gonna drown. They're gonna die. You get to bring them back into the beach, reunite them with a family, and change their life. It's easy to feel good about what you do.
With a confirmed shark sighting on Mission Beach, Lieutenant Lerma must quickly decide on a course of action.
My specific role as a lifeguard lieutenant is to determine what the exact threat is and then take appropriate action to safeguard the public.
2-Sam to dispatch requesting a rescue copter to the area of Tower 15, and we'll be deploying a personal watercraft.
The water is closed right now. The water is closed. There was a shark sighting this morning.
We believe that it is most probably a great white shark, and we do know that they have been responsible for attacks in the past. It's considered to be a large shark, but you know, there's a whole bunch of other things here. Is we want to make sure that we have the right decision and for the right amount of time.
But Lerma knows the city's most popular beach can only stay closed for so long. And for now, he doesn't know why the shark is here or how long it plans to stay.
Southern California has warmer waters than most other parts of California, and there's a lot of food here. Once the white sharks reach maturity at about 10 to 12 feet, they tend to move into cooler waters in Central California, where the seal and sea lion populations are greater, and that's what they tend to be feeding on at that time.
If this is an adult white shark and it's adapted to hunting seals, a surfer or diver could easily be next.
See that? I kid you not, man. That's exactly what it was like.
Okay.
Exactly. Big triangle.
One concerned surfer comes to lifeguard headquarters to report his sighting to Lerma.
The thing was just steady state, you know?
I was out surfing, just came out here and then kind of drifted south. You know, I looked out and there was this big triangular gray fin about 25 yards offshore. I mean, I looked at it for about 5 seconds and then just turned around and went in. I didn't want to stick around.
Moments after his meeting with the surfer, Lieutenant Lerma receives these terrifying photos of a large fin just 25 yards from shore. When considering a beach closure, the San Diego lifeguards have a standard operating procedure. It takes into account several factors: the type of shark, proximity to the beach, and the level of threat. Deeming the witnesses credible, Lieutenant Lerma reaches out to famed shark expert Peter Klimley at UC Davis.
Generally, the big ones are averagely around seal colonies in colder waters.
Right. Oh, I was sent a photograph. The fact that it's black dorsal fin and it's a 1.5 foot high, it certainly is indicative that it's a white shark.
If you've seen what you think is a white shark, they move roughly 2 miles per hour. And, you know, tomorrow they may not be at Mission Beach, they may be off La Jolla, so I think you should close the beach for a day.
Okay.
With Dr. Klimley confirming Lerma's decision, lifeguards quickly begin fashioning warning flags to mark the danger zone. For the next 24 hours, they close the beach 1 mile north of Tower 15, all the way south to the jetty. While Lerma attempts to avoid a feeding frenzy in the water, a media frenzy unfolds on land.
At which time he's sighted a large dorsal fin. What action we've taken so far is to close the beach of anybody in the water. We have several rescue boats offshore that are also trying to see if the shark is somewhere we can see it.
Hundreds of disappointed tourists are directed away from Mission Beach. It's a tough day for San Diego, but lifeguards refuse to risk having anyone in the water.
Obviously, this is an economic impact. We have a lot of people that come here, and they don't come here just to be in the sand.
But everything to the south is all closed.
And why is it closed?
Due to that shark sighting this morning.
Oh.
So nothing today then, no swimming?
No swimming, no water activity. It's going to be closed the next 24 hours.
As the day passes, Mission Beach clears out, but lifeguards stay posted until dark to ensure the closure stays in full effect.
The lifeguards deemed that a sighting of a shark was credible and that the size of the shark could potentially do damage to a person if it were to attack, and so they decided to close the beach, and that was an appropriate action.
24 hours later, San Diego's temperatures flirt with record highs, and Mission Beach opens back up to a massive crowd. But the lifeguards continue to keep an eye out for a shadow in the sea. Long Beach, California is home to one of the busiest harbors in the world. Here, the average temperature during the summer is 81 degrees. And for the countless sailors, the wind speed averages almost 7 miles per hour. For Long Beach Fire Department lifeguard Robert Hamilton,
You guys all right?
this means all kinds of boats
Hey, Nacho, how's it going?
and all kinds of problems.
Guys, hold up. Hold up, guys. Are we getting a ticket? Do you want one? We have life jackets for all the kids. Anybody under 13 has to wear one at all times. Meet me at that dock right over there. Something wrong here. Okay, we are making an enforcement stop on this boat. We pulled them over because they should have a life jacket on board for every adult. One small accident, they all go in the water, the kids drown, the adults, who knows? We're off the oceanfront off 16. We're gonna be on a vessel stop at Davies as well. Our job is to educate the public, not necessarily give them a ticket. Not everybody needs a citation. But sometimes they do need a citation in order for them to really take it to heart and understand. If we just let everybody go, then they just go and keep doing the same thing over and over and over. So we're going to talk to them and see what else they do or don't have. All right, couple things. Need life jacket for everybody? Okay, sir, let me talk, please. First of all, this life jacket here is not a child's life jacket. If she falls in, that thing's going to come right over her, and she's going to go straight down, and that's going to come straight up. That's unacceptable. Okay, can you take this boat directly back to the dock? Yes, I can. Okay? We're going to follow you over there.
Just follow me and give me all the tickets you want. Follow us.
We will.
Ticket meter down.
Okay.
I'm sure you will.
We will meet you over there. Thank you. Seemed a little upset, a little agitated. I don't know what's going on. We get back to the dock, we'll step it up a little bit with them enforcement-wise.
Robert follows the boater back to the marina
I just watch a boat.
and prepares to check into the driver's suspicious behavior.
Obviously, you're agitated.
Yeah, I'm very upset.
Hey, when
Because you pulled us over because I didn't have life jackets for the adults.
or the kids. The kids
No,
are
the
not
kids all
wearing.
had life jackets on.
No, they didn't.
They did.
All right.
They all had
Sure.
life jackets on.
I'm not going to argue with you.
You know, I'm sorry if I've been belligerent. I don't mean to be.
Okay, got it. How much alcohol have you had today?
None.
Zero?
Zero.
I'm going to give you some tests right now. Do me a favor, stand up, please.
I need an incident number for loading under influence.
Anything that would affect this type of test whatsoever?
Nothing.
Hands together, feet together. I want you
We
to
didn't have life jackets.
Certain part of this test is paying attention. Most of this test is following orders.
You know, these are my neighbors.
I got that.
Right.
I got that.
You're embarrassing the out of me.
Not real cooperative with us, so we're discussing what to do with him. I'm running him through a battery of tests right now for boating under the influence. If he passes, give him a citation, send him home. If he doesn't pass, he may end up going to jail tonight.
Lifeguard Hamilton asks the boater to balance on one foot with his eyes closed.
Foot off the ground, please.
You know, that's not easy.
All right, let's just go ahead and stop.
After failing the first test, Robert asks the man to walk 9 steps in a straight line.
6, 7, 8.
The boater maintains he hasn't been drinking, but refuses to take a breathalyzer test.
You don't have to take a breath test. That's within your rights. I'm happy for you not to. But I will tell you, and I'm going to tell you, that the fines will be up to double.
Fine, I'm not taking the test.
When the police arrive, Robert quickly brings them up to speed.
Pull them over. Obviously agitated, obviously wanting to yell at us. I run all the sobriety tests, FSTs at him. He's unable to perform 3 of the complete tests. Okay. So obviously alcohol, he refuses to pass test. So we're gonna hook and book.
Okay. Are you arresting me? Oh my God.
It's never fun when you have to arrest somebody. But when they're putting small children in the line of fire, so you have to do your job. Well, we're gonna clear from this. PD's got one in custody.
Huntington Beach is famously known as Surf City, USA.
They got a nice pier there. Because of the shape of the bottom, it will focus those waves, especially the big waves, and they can make them a lot bigger.
But here, lifeguards aren't just focused on the high seas. Today, Surf City transforms from Baywatch to Birdwatch. Huntington Beach has an average annual temperature of 68 degrees. That warmth, combined with an ample fish supply, make for a huge bird population. As the lifeguards here will tell you, more birds mean more problems.
Might be able to just herd them into this.
I don't think so.
These are cormorants. They're ocean birds. They can dive underwater and stay underwater for like 30 seconds. It's normal for them to be in the surf line and stuff like that, but they don't usually let people get this close to them ever. This guy, you can tell when he walks there's something wrong with him. With birds or any animal that we find on the beach, we just try to contain them without hurting them.
One for you. You get one, I'll get one. No, you're not gonna like this, but well, you gotta stop now. You know, a bird like this could probably be okay on their own, but not with packs of seagulls. If they get a hold of these birds, they'll tear them up. We try and get them to the help they need, and they'll come to eat fish another day.
2 miles to the north, Todd Bartlett is on a bird call of his own.
How you guys doing? Did you get it?
There's so many of the poor thing.
What is it?
Fishing line and treacherous.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
He's even got one here in his mouth.
Oh my gosh. Let me snip this one.
I've done enough time.
Look at that one's all the way. Probably need the pliers for that.
Yeah, here, I got some pliers right here.
Got it.
Okay.
Yay. Oh.
It's okay, little guy, it's okay. It's
Got
okay.
him?
Yeah, I got him. I get the back side of it to push it through. Yeah, it's gonna be the bad one, but there it goes.
Got it. Yay. Okay.
Yeah, we're good, yeah.
Are we
Let's go.
good?
Yeah, let him go.
Thanks to Todd and the concerned citizens, the bird is back on its feet, but not out of the woods.
He's a water bird. He only can survive in the water. He cannot survive on land. So for me to leave him here and have the seagulls attack him later, it's probably best if I take him to our wildlife center and they could just diagnose him to make sure he's okay. Ready? Let's go. Hey, so how you doing?
It's a Brent's cormorant.
Super feisty. We pulled about 8 fish hooks out of him.
The expert staff takes time to evaluate the bird and examine it for any previous injuries.
Hooks were taken out?
He had 2 in his mouth.
Other than a slight temperature, the bird checks out well and will be returned to the wild as soon as it regains its strength.
Well, thank you guys. All right. Appreciate it. It's nice to be able to help out nature. If you can help out the birds, it's always, it's a good feeling.
On this episode of Lifeguard, hazardous conditions in Huntington have lifeguards leaping into action.
Tower guard from the beach is not going to have enough time to get to that person. We have to get to them before they would get to the pier and maybe panic or serious injury. We have to get to them before that. So it's just the quickest way to get there if you have to.
Then, in Long Beach, the lifeguards come across a boat taking on a lot of water.
Hey, water! Hopefully we can get ahead of it before it goes down.
Trying to locate the source right now. We think it's coming in where the shaft enters the hull.
We couldn't keep up. It was still going down.
And in San Diego, the guards pull a hypothermic long-distance swimmer to safety.
Heater in here, and you're running oxygen for the back seat.
The victim just seemed like her mental functions were diminished. What was interesting, though, is once we put her on oxygen and turned the heater up nice and hot in the truck, quickly those mental capacities started coming back. One of the first things I got out of her was she was also with her daughter.
Jet 3, the 6-year-old daughter of the victim is out there.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. In La Jolla, California, the San Diego lifeguards are preparing for a busy weekend day. With beach temperatures expected to reach into the high 70s, a large beach crowd is a given. But the wind on the coast is affecting the water temperature.
When you have wind blowing parallel to the coast, it's pushing the surface water back and bringing cold water up to the surface very quickly.
With today's unseasonably cool water temperatures, the day has only just begun when the first call comes in.
Dispatch 31, Sam, in La Jolla Shores. I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer south of Scripps Pier.
La Jolla Shores is under the command of Sergeant Eric Kerr.
We get a 911 call. That's all I have to hear. I get in my truck. The next thing I want to know is, who's reporting this?
31, Sam, copy. Do you have any RP information? 3 groups of novice swimmers being escorted by some rental kayaks. Copy. We're watching Jet 3.
Sergeant Kerr immediately dispatches a lifeguard personal watercraft to respond. The distress call has come in from an area just off the Scripps Pier, a popular landmark for long-distance swimmers. Given today's cool water conditions, a quick response time is essential.
If you're in 60-degree water, your body wants to be 98.6. I don't care what wetsuit you're wearing, there's a timeline where eventually you're going to be too darn cold.
21 Sam to Rescue S. We want you to start heading towards La Jolla, and you've got a situation with distressed swimmers. Copy, Rescue S. We're leaving the Mission Beach area, responding to La Jolla.
He's on a kayak about 100 yards outside the surf line south of Scripps Pier.
Confirm, we got it. I can see the guy in the cell phone.
Lifeguard Terry Hedgecock was driving Jet 3 and was first on scene with the swimmer.
When we got to her, she was getting hypothermic. I asked her age, she didn't know her age. She knew she was in the ocean, she didn't know where she was in the ocean, so that to us is a big red flag, so we want to make sure we get her to the beach.
Dispatch requesting medics to Shores Tower. We've got one patient complaining of nausea and hypothermia.
With the woman in bad shape, Jet 3 races her back to shore and Sergeant Kerr.
So you're gonna scoop and haul, victim here, you on the bumper.
Given the woman's severe condition, getting her out of the water is the highest priority.
Okay, scoop and haul into my car. I got the heater on.
Unable to even stand on her own, the lifeguards rush the woman out of the frigid water.
For the back seat.
The victim just seemed like her mental functions were diminished. We call it A&O ×4 in the field, but that means is the victim alert and oriented to person, place, time, and event. Do you know what happened? Do you know your name? She wasn't answering all those questions lucidly. Treatment in this particular case, there's certainly different ways you can do it. The best field technique that we used was just, even as we were en route, closed all the windows, put the heater on full blast. It's probably at least 100 degrees in that car. So anything above 98.6 is certainly gonna help raise the core temperature.
31 Sam to dispatch. Patient is A&O ×2 going on 3 with heat and oxygen, and we'll be back at the shores tower.
Copy. They're coming to the shores tower.
What was interesting, though, is once we put on oxygen and turned the heater up nice and hot in the truck, quickly those mental capacities started coming back, and she was able to answer those questions. One of the first things I got out of her was she was also with her daughter.
Jet 3, the 6-year-old daughter of the victim is out there.
Once we got the information about there's now a daughter out there, certainly that was a concern. It's like, hey, we've got this mother that's now receiving treatment, going in the ambulance, who was with her daughter. And, we don't know if the daughter's unattended, if her mother was the only chaperone. Obviously, mother's hypothermic. This daughter's on a 2-mile swim. You're gonna have to assume probably a good athlete also, very well. Could be very lean, and could be also susceptible to hypothermia.
Jet 3 races back out to the frigid waters along the 2-mile course to find the 6-year-old girl, who's now swimming without her mother. 10 miles north of La Jolla lies the city of Del Mar, a classic Southern California beach community. The 2-square-mile town was put on the map in 1937 with the opening of the Del Mar racetrack. Del Mar became a popular destination for Hollywood royalty. Even the town's unofficial catchphrase, "where the surf meets the turf," was coined by Bing Crosby. Del Mar has striking bluffs to the south and a river mouth to the north that splits the beach. These features and ever-changing weather conditions keep the lifeguards on their toes.
Every day is something different, and there's no question about it. It's all weather conducive. Poor weather brings less action, less people. Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action, and it gets the day to go much quicker.
In anticipation of the busy day ahead, lifeguard Mark Rathsom gathers the crew for a meeting at the main tower.
Today we've got the bocce ball tournament. It's going to be pretty busy up there. I think there's 3,000 people, alcohol, Stingrays we had last year, and Metaclades. The sun's going to break today, probably about noon. We do have a high tide later this morning, so you guys want to watch for those flash rips. Okay, you guys, make sure to grab the radios and let's get them opened.
With today's marching orders in place, the lifeguards head out to fulfill their duties. Del Mar lifeguards use a full complement of equipment to patrol their beach, from inflatable boats on the water to ATVs on the sand. These guards are equipped for anything.
Boat 1, station 3. Be anyone back to 5?
And all these components will be directed by the lifeguards in the main tower at 17th Street. Lifeguard Claire O'Leary's assignment for the day? North Beach and the bocce ball tournament.
This is my 6th summer lifeguarding in Del Mar. I started as a junior lifeguard when I was 10 and just kind of fell in love with the ocean. Bocce ball kind of throws in some new elements. It should be an interesting mix of a lot of people drinking and a big rip current. Don't know what kind of contacts we'll be making, but I like those kind of exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen. It's one of the best parts of the job, actually. The sun comes out and all these people that are drinking go into that rip current right there. That's where our action's going to happen. People just get swept off their feet. It's strong current. It's going to be a fun day.
As lifeguard O'Leary begins her watch over North Beach, it's not the enormous crowd at the bocce ball tournament that has her worried. It's the dangerous rip currents in front of her. Claire spots a small child being pulled out by the treacherous currents.
Little arms start going, you just know it's time to head out. We got out there and he said, "Call for help." He's really small, probably 6 or 7. Just gets really good currents going, and when you're smaller, you can't really swim through it and can't get to a place you can touch, so. Parents were in here that kind of ran up and grabbed their parents, but That's typically how it goes. We're out there before they even know the kids are getting in trouble. So yeah, a little scared, but those are the kind of easy ones because I get in and then I'm up to here and they're all right, so that's why we go out.
Claire's careful watch kept the young boy safe from the rip current. But farther south in Del Mar, guards at the 17th Street Lifeguard Station have spotted their own dangerous situation forming. Flash rips.
When we're looking out at the water, what we're looking for is a certain water condition, you know, like a rip current. 80% of our rescues are in rip currents. They're pretty easy for us to identify. They almost look like a small river going out to sea. The water's moving out. We're also looking for people in the rips. They're looking in and they're just, instead of duck diving under the waves, they're taking waves over the back of their head. That's an indicator to us that they want to be on the beach.
With the rip currents pulling the swimmers out to sea, the lifeguards launch into action.
When the flash rip lights up, it just takes them straight out, just like any other rip current. The one thing with our flash rips is that it only takes them about shoulder deep, but that's enough for a small kid not to be able to keep their feet on the ground.
Equipped with their rescue boards, the lifeguards rush to bring swimmers back to safety.
A lot of the time they don't know what they are, but they feel that they're getting pulled out. And then a lot of times they just need help in.
We just went too far out, and I guess we were in a rip current, so they came and got us.
Lifeguard Mallory Murphy IDs another rip current victim.
They were coming in, they had swim out past the waves, and there was a strong rip tide coming. We thought that they wouldn't be able to make it quite in. I can't swim back to, like, I knew the guy probably wouldn't get on the board, but the girl wasn't that strong of a swimmer, so she hopped on. Oh my God, big wave! Oh my God, I'm scared of big wave! You have to kind of boost them on, and then you got to get behind and paddle the board, because you got to make sure that there's an even weight on the board so you don't nosedive. Yay! Rescue!
For now, the flash rips have stopped, and the guards have kept Del Mar safe. But they will continue their careful watch, because they know things out here can change quickly. 10 miles down the coast in La Jolla, California, lifeguards have rescued a hypothermic long-distance swimmer. But they discover that she's left something behind in the cold water. Her 6-year-old daughter.
We're gonna try to get her on our jet ski and bring her into you. You know how big your group is? Okay, big group though, right?
While the girl's mother is still in hypothermic shock, Jet 3 scours through the large group of swimmers looking for her child.
She's now probably a 3, still a little fuzzy.
All right, what city are we in right now? All right, what year is it?
Just as the paramedics are set to transport the mother to the hospital, lifeguards return her daughter to shore.
But I know her daughter's okay. She's coming up right now.
A family reunited.
So they're just making sure your mom's okay right now. It should be good in a few minutes, okay? Are you gonna swim back now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where to? The cove? The cove?
You walk for me? Nice and easy, okay?
And the daughter's going with you.
As a sergeant, you've got a lot of things going on, but just to actually, okay, good. The jet ski found the girl. She's on the beach. It's the right daughter. You know, they didn't grab somebody else's kid. They grabbed the right daughter, and then she's safely on the beach. It worked out very well.
31 Sam dispatch, medic rescue 9, script La Jolla, lifeguards, fire clear.
Winds off the California coastline help produce some of the best surf in the world. And nowhere is that more apparent than Huntington Beach. Surfers come from all over the world to catch one of Huntington's famous waves. But these crowded waters can become a breeding ground for disastrous collisions. Surfers not only need to look out for oncoming swimmers, but also a much more dangerous obstacle, the Huntington Beach Pier. The best waves in Huntington break on and next to the pier. And at 1,800 feet in length, there's plenty of pier for those waves to break on. For high-speed surfers, these concrete pilings pose a serious threat. Huntington Beach has stationed some of their most experienced guards at a tower on the pier known as Tower Zero. From here, lifeguards can easily spot swimmers and surfers caught near the pier and react the quickest way possible, 40 feet straight down. Rescues from here require the utmost concentration, as conditions around the pier are always changing. In this amateur video, a lifeguard decides the best route to safety is actually on the other side of the pier, so he carefully guides the boogie boarder through the pilings. And in this cell phone video, a lifeguard is pulling 3 stranded young girls away from the pier and back to the safety of the shore.
Triple save.
With a combination of precision and teamwork, victims of rip currents and surf injuries are routinely saved from a disastrous collision with Huntington's Pier. Today, several Huntington Beach lifeguards are taking part in a pier jump training exercise, led by Marine Safety Officer Matt Carl.
If the person's out far enough where the tower guard from the beach is not going to have enough time to respond and get to that person, we have to get to them before they would get to the pier and maybe panic. It's just the quickest way to get there if you have to.
Jumping from this pier is no easy task. It's an extremely dangerous maneuver, but the lifeguards here have developed a landing technique to protect themselves from injuries and a hand signal to show that they have landed safely.
Out here where we're practicing, it's plenty deep enough, but where we actually make most of our rescues is going to be in closer where the surf is breaking. There's sandbars, the sand shifts, the tides. You never really know how deep the bottom is, so you have to assume the worst, that it's really shallow. So the technique for overcoming the possibility of hitting the bottom is to jump out far to get some horizontal, direction going, not just straight down, and then landing kind of at a 45-degree angle with your feet hitting, and then try to continue out so that you don't go so deep.
Although it looks like a fun ride down, for today's training purposes, lifeguards have to climb 30 feet up a rope ladder to get back to the top of the pier.
Prepare yourself, old man.
Now finally you can smile as long as nobody put Vaseline on the rail.
And when there's a rescue too far from shore, lifeguards have devised a way to respond quickly.
If we have a rescue that's in here, somebody needs to be rescued, the boat can actually spin around where there's a swell. As the swell goes by, the boat goes up, and as the bow drops onto the backside of the wave, the stern shoots up, and the deckhand can actually be on the stern as it shoots up, launch him outwards, and hopefully the guard is able to jump off the back, land in the wave, and continue to body surf right up to the victim.
Every guard at Tower Zero must have this pier jump training, because without it, a victim against the pier would never be reached in time for a rescue. Sheltered by the Palos Verdes Peninsula and man-made breakwaters, Long Beach is home to some of the best boating weather on the planet. Every day, vessels of all shapes and sizes come to Long Beach. From tankers to trawlers, the one thing these boats have in common, a leak can mean disaster. And a leak is what Long Beach lifeguard Robert Hamilton is up against this afternoon.
Okay, what we have is a 42-foot trawler taking on water. Hopefully we can get ahead of it before it goes down.
When Robert arrives, Rescue Boat 2 is already on scene, pumping water out of the sinking ship. A vessel of this size could contain over 400 gallons of fuel. If it sinks, gasoline and oil will spill out, ravaging the marina, causing an ecological nightmare.
She was about probably 1.5 feet down in the bow. If they go down in the transom, the water starts coming in on its own. Besides the leak, then they go pretty fast.
Hey, do you have any idea what's leaking in here?
No idea.
A hose, anything?
Somebody on the other end of this?
Yeah?
Hey.
Assisting Robert on this call is his deckhand, one of Long Beach Fire Department's most veteran lifeguards, John Burt.
Been a lifeguard here in Long Beach since 1972. This is my 40th summer down here on the beach. When I'm not doing this job here in Long Beach, I work at Long Beach Poly High School as a history teacher. I teach history and then chair the history department there. In 40 years of lifeguarding, I have seen quite a lot of action. Anything from still water rescues to boats and airplane crashes. One that stands out in my mind, I think, happened in the second year I was lifeguarding. I saw a young man about 16 fall off a paddleboard, watched him fall, took off after him. He went to the bottom, and after a couple of surface dives, I was able to recover him and bring him up. And I still, to this day, remember his name.
Yeah, a little more.
This is the greatest job anybody could ever have. And I couldn't be prouder than to serve the City of Long Beach Fire Department, and 40 years of lifeguarding has been a dream come true.
Hey, water!
With multiple pumps working overtime, John and the other lifeguards raced to get another one running.
I had 2 small pumps that I brought over. We couldn't keep up. It was still going down. The engine was over half submerged.
Tell me when you got it. Right there. A lot of water in the bilge up around his engine. Trying to locate the source right now. I think it's coming in where the shaft enters the hull. We got to get the water out so we can figure out where it's coming in.
The extra pump is paying off. For the first time, water is going out faster than it's coming in.
Blue line's staying steady right now. I'll let you know when we get ahead of it. Stop.
We pumped out as much as we can from the bilge. We're still trying to find the source. We think
We're done. You can shut down. Boat 2 is going to stay on scene, hopefully patch it up. If not, either way, this guy's got to have it fixed. He's got to be seaworthy just to be in the marina. So he's going to have to make repairs or get a haul out.
For lifeguards Robert Hamilton and John Burt, this call is over. But they head back out on patrol where they will continue to keep Long Beach afloat. On this episode of Lifeguard. In San Diego, the guards hurry to find a missing swimmer in the frigid waters.
She had dropped her father off at La Jolla Cove. Normally this swim will take around 35, 40 minutes. It had been over an hour. She'd gotten nervous and decided to come up and report it to the lifeguards.
She's alert and oriented times 2, and is showing signs of hypothermia and exhaustion.
Then, Lax Beach offers up some unique challenges for the lifeguards.
We do the exact same things here that everybody else does on any other beach, except we have skimpier swimsuits.
The lifeguard will come on scene and ask if they wouldn't mind putting their shorts on.
While in Huntington Beach, units respond as a biker falls head over handlebars.
First things you think about right away is head injury, possible cervical.
And in Long Beach, it's high speed and high danger for the lifeguards.
If you're going into a turn at 100+ miles an hour, you better be sure you can make the turn and have the guy next to you make the turn as well.
Something happened on the race.
Just had another accident.
We do got 2 guys in the water. They rescued them on their quick boats, and they just went by us at high speed.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Welcome to La Jolla, California. known as the Jewel City. This beautiful seaside community enjoys over 300 days of sunshine each year. The calm water here makes this area ideal for snorkeling, scuba diving, and open water swimming. But the weather has brought a change in water temperature that is concerning the lifeguards.
Well, it's summertime right now, and typically our water ranges from the high 60s to the low 70s, really warm water. The last couple of days, we've had some upwelling of some cold water that has created unseasonably cold conditions in the water, so we're in the low 60s.
It's only 9:15, and the day's first emergency begins to unfold.
Did yesterday, and where does he normally land? Right here, or go over here by the bathroom? I had a young lady come up to me, let me know that she had dropped her father off at La Jolla Cove at 8 o'clock. Normally the swim will take around 35-40 minutes to get from the cove to La Jolla shores. It had been over an hour. She'd been waiting on the beach for him, got nervous, and decided to come up and report it to the lifeguards.
If the missing father has been swimming in the 61-degree water this whole time, severe hypothermia could come into play.
Would he have turned around and gone back to the cove, you think?
I don't know.
The water has been chilly the last couple of days.
For lifeguard PJ Liebig, this line of work has always been in his blood.
My dad was a firefighter and a paramedic for 30 years, so I always wanted to do something in public safety. And as I got a little bit older, realized lifeguarding was a great avenue to do that.
As a veteran lifeguard, PJ has seen many things, but none stick with him like his first rescue.
Two girls were just walking in the shallows, about knee deep. The rip current that day was just cranking, as strong as I'd ever seen it. They got swept off their feet, and they were just getting pulled out that rip unbelievably fast. And then they went under. I knew they weren't coming back up. I grabbed the rescue board, I threw it in the water. I paddled as fast as I could. I looked down, and the water was clear that day. And I could see down there, and they were just both about 5 feet under the water, holding on to each other. So I was able to dive under the water, grab them both by underneath the arms, and pick them back up. And to my elation, they both took big breaths as soon as they got up in the air. It was the biggest difference between life and death I'd ever seen. No, believe me, that shouldn't take that long.
Shore dispatch.
Dispatch.
We're fielding a report of an overdue swimmer, a 59-year-old male, who left the cove at 8 o'clock. He's 30 minutes overdue.
Lifeguards from all surrounding beaches scan the surface of the water for the swimmer. In today's cold conditions, he could be hypothermic and running out of time. Nearly 100 miles north of La Jolla is Long Beach, California. Sheltered by the wind and the sea, Long Beach is one of the biggest boating hotspots on the West Coast. And at the heart of Long Beach sits its pride and joy, Marine Stadium. This aquatic facility is one of a kind in California. Originally built to host Olympic rowing in 1934, this mile-long stretch of water has been home to maritime racing for over 75 years. And the competition keeps getting faster. Once a year, powerboats arrive in Long Beach to compete in one of the largest races of its kind. Robert Hamilton and other Long Beach lifeguards will be on patrol all day, working alongside paramedics as part of a larger rescue team.
Coming up to Marine Stadium, which is generally the water ski area of Long Beach. But today it's closed for the Sprint National races. As you can see, this is a confined space. Rocks all the way surrounding it, so you have the possibility of getting some serious accidents and crashes here. Speed and confined space don't go together. Hopefully there won't be any major accidents and everybody can go home and be safe.
Another worry for the lifeguards is the weather. If the winds kick up during the race, the results could be catastrophic. On the straightaway, these boats reach speeds of over 100 miles per hour. And when they crash at this velocity, the water is no soft landing. It's a sport that claims lives every year. Today, the difference between life and death could hinge on the response time of these lifeguards.
We've had a fatality at this race in the past, so anything is possible today.
Lifeguards will lie in wait on the outskirts of Marine Stadium, keeping a close eye on the races and deterring traffic from entering. The morning event passes without injury. But the winds begin to pick up just as the fastest boats are launched. The Cracker Boxes.
The Cracker Boxes date back to actually Long Beach Marine Stadium in 1938. They are basically a blown and injected big block, anything goes motor with over 1,000 to 1,500 plus horsepower, straightaway speeds upwards of 130 miles an hour.
And that design has never changed. The boats have modernized. They're fiberglass now versus made of wood. The engine is always set in front of the two drivers, and the second person was always an observer or like a mechanic.
These are one of the classes that we really watch out for because these guys do have a tendency to flip.
There's the start of the race. Miss Madison going on in first place. Thunderbolt with lifesaving is the best race boat.
They all got to make that turn at the same time. That's when it gets fun.
If you're going into a turn at 100 plus miles an hour, you better be sure you can make the turn and have the guy next to you make the turn as well.
The wind plays quite a factor in these boat races. We have what we call a blowover, where the vessel gets air underneath it and will flip.
But the impact in the water is huge if you come out of a boat. It's like if you were going down the freeway at 70 miles an hour in your car and opened the door and jumped out.
We've got something on the course. They just shut off the flares. It's a warning flares, meaning something happened on the race.
Just had another accident.
We do got two guys in the water. We're gonna hang back.
As lifeguard Hamilton maneuvers out of the way of the high-speed rescue boat, the lifeguards find themselves in a race of their own.
They rescued them on their quick boats. They just went by us at high speed. They take them over to what we call Marina Park area, pretty much what we call scoop and run. We have the rescue teams from the race, we have lifeguards from the beach here, and we also have Rescue Boat 3.
The wind got under one of the Cracker Box boats, causing a high-speed flip. The passenger's face has been bloodied by the impact, but it's his leg that has everyone concerned.
Yeah, it hurts. It's going away. It got real bad when it first happened. Okay.
As for the condition of the driver,
Howdy, guys.
he's just grateful to be alive.
How do you guys like that? Yeah, I'm good. I thought maybe I hit it. I think it's okay. I was trying to get ahead in the first turn. I was on the outside lane. That was a good lane yesterday, and just caught an edge going around the corner, and it just decided to go over on me. It's not something you plan on. I'm crying. You remember like my leg? Remember the crash and all that?
Yeah. I did this as a favor this weekend. Usually I'm in the other seat.
I'm feeling fine. I feel very good. It was a good day to take a swim. This is fantastic service. It always has been with the safety people here. And I've been in the water here before. I can always rely on them. Boy, I barely flopped up on the surface and these guys were in the water with me. So it's really a good thing, really a good thing. Sprint boat racing.
Luckily, both of these men are able to walk away under their own power. But for them, the race ends here.
And nobody died today. Everybody went home safely. And that's the key for us, is everybody to go home safely. So that was a good day.
Go back out. I'm going to see if I can get the boat running again. I got to beat those guys this afternoon.
100 miles down the Southern California coastline in La Jolla, lifeguards are on the lookout for a 59-year-old swimmer who's gone missing in the unusually cold water between La Jolla shores and the La Jolla Cove. The man's daughter contacted lifeguard PJ Liebig when her father was over 30 minutes late returning to shore.
We immediately started doing a scan of the area. We looked up off our beach here and we saw a large group, about 20 divers, waving for some assistance. So we responded with a jet ski and with 2 lifeguard personnel.
We got divers waving for help, and they have a person fitting that description for the missing swimmer. So start medics to the main tower. We're launching Jet 3.
jet ski got on scene, they found that it was the tired swimmer, and that same tired swimmer ended up being the father of the young lady that came and reported him missing.
Dispatch copies, possible diver emergency, requesting medics to the La Jolla Shores Tower.
When we were first going, there was a group of divers, and one of them was holding the individual in their arms in what we call a cross-chest carry, so they had their arm over the top of his chest. And from the first look of it, he didn't look to be very active. And so my first thoughts were we need to start patient care and transporting him back as soon as possible.
He's alert and oriented ×2, and he's showing signs of hypothermia and exhaustion.
Definitely water temperature would be a big thing with this individual. He was suffering from hypothermia.
Immediately, we wanted to address any medical issues. So I just wanted to do a quick evaluation of how aware he is, if he has any altered level of consciousness at all. Immediately, we got a blanket for him to help warm him up. So we were able to walk him directly up to the boardwalk here, transport him quickly to paramedics. He's been in the water for a little bit about an hour and a half. Started in the cove. His daughter had just come up to us, started feeling a little worried about it.
So you were just tired? You never submerged, anything like that? Huh? Never submerged, anything like that?
I pretty much stayed up all the time.
Okay.
Did you just get tired?
Cold. It's cold.
Cold for you.
All right. I'm going to put this on your right arm, okay?
Really cold, very tired, which is not a good case scenario when you're out on the water and pretty far offshore. The medics wanted to do a good evaluation on him. They thought maybe they could just warm him up and release him to the family. But when they tried to get a temperature on him, his body temperature was pretty low. They're having a hard time getting a good vital signs on him. So they decided to transport him to a local hospital.
This is Huntington Beach, one of the most beautiful beach towns in Southern California. As the air pressure increases, the temperature begins to rise, and the wind carries away the clouds, clearing the sky for a perfect beach day.
It's a beautiful day. This is a great day. It's pretty warm. It's probably at least in the low 80s on the sand. You get all that heat coming off the sand and it starts to heat up everything else. And so that, coupled with the fact that we have just a little bit more surf today, it's going to make the day just a little bit busier.
Veteran Marine Safety Officer Tony Villalobos has been protecting Huntington's beaches since he was a teenager.
Probably like most tower guards, when you're 16, 17, 18, you're looking for a job just to get you by in school. And anyone who swims or surfs or grew up down here, it's a natural pull. You want to work in the area. This is sort of like the glamour job. It's a great job. It's just like any other service job. There's pros and cons. There's days that are very, very long and very boring, and there's days that you just can't believe how busy it is. 10-10-4 from Tower 5.
No, it's all good. I was by myself. I figured I'd just back you guys up.
We need to go back and grab a backboard. We have a lot of different variables to our job. Obviously water rescue. There's been days in my career where I've saved maybe 20 to 30 people in one day. Okay, thanks guys. Then of course you have to deal with law enforcement. You didn't hit your head or your neck or anything else? No.
Just,
okay.
I felt
just
flat
on your shoulder.
my shoulder.
And then you throw in the whole medical aids. You have 100 different type of medical aids you can perform in one day. There's just no such thing as a regular day.
Bike accident in front of Jack on the bike path.
So we're responding to a medical aid. This is a bike accident. First things you think about right away is head injury, possible cervical. It could be something as minor as if I just stubbed my toe, or it could be something major as a person fell down, hit their head, and is unconscious.
Lifeguards in Huntington are trained EMTs and are the first responders to many medical calls on the beach.
But we're going to get to the scene and do a quick survey and see what we have and go from there. When we got here, we found one victim laying down on the bike path. He was conscious at the time, but the bystanders had said that he had lost a little bit of consciousness at first. He wasn't wearing a helmet. There was obviously some visible signs of a head injury.
The report of a victim having been unconscious may suggest signs of a serious head injury.
We advised him at this time that we want to go ahead and try to package him, put on a seat collar, and have the medics come and take a better look at him. What we're going to do is we're going to move you onto our backboard. Go ahead and put your legs down for me.
Okay, you know what, guys?
Yes.
I honestly don't know if I want to be put on a backboard or...
It's very common for people to not want help. There's a little bit of embarrassing factor having ambulance, fire, paramedics come. So we have to try to let them know this is pretty major. You were unconscious for a little bit. Yeah. This is all free. Everything we do is free. Everything that, this is just to keep your neck and your back just in line just so we can have the medics come down, take a look. They can further assess you, obviously, making sure that nothing else is wrong, obviously. Great. Go ahead and put your
Since the hidden dangers of head injuries can often go initially unnoticed, lifeguards request a higher level of care.
We went ahead and did a full C-spine, immobilized them, put them on the backboard, strapped them down. We now transferred care to medics. When the medics got here, they said, we're gonna go ahead and transport them to the hospital. Probably take them into Hogue and get a full check and x-rays and everything else there. I'm glad I was there to help them. It feels good.
Isolated north of San Diego, along the bluffs of Torrey Pines, lies Black's Beach. This 2-mile stretch of coast poses a unique challenge for lifeguards.
Up here at Black's Beach, we get the most intense calls. Anything that happens here is complicated. Nothing's done easy, but it's just beautiful. We have the nature reserve. We've got peregrine falcons, bobcats, all kinds of diverse wildlife. The surf's great. The water's some of the cleanest in San Diego. It's a beautiful place to be.
With pristine water and smaller crowds, Black's Beach is a nice option for anyone looking to soak up the California sunshine. But for some beachgoers, tan lines won't be an issue.
Black's Beach is one of the largest clothing optional beaches in the world. It is probably the most known in the world. A lot of people think because we're new that anything goes, and it couldn't be further from the truth. You can do anything here that you would do on any other beach. That's the easiest way to explain it. The same things, we do the exact same things here that everybody else does on any other beach, except we have skimpier swimsuits.
Even though this beach has a laid-back dress code, lifeguards know it can produce some of the most serious calls. In March of 2011, one of those calls occurred.
We received a 911 call from our dispatch that there was a lady in distress on the cliffs, and she was in a precarious spot. She was probably mid-face on a 300-foot cliff on a tiny little ledge that basically was just big enough for her to stand on.
Lifeguard Lisa Darling, along with a full cliff rescue team, responded to Black's Beach.
And once we got on scene and we were starting to get our equipment to go over to access her, further information came in that she was naked.
The nude woman had failed in an attempt to hike down the cliff to Black's Beach. She was hopelessly stuck when lifeguard Darling rappelled down to her.
She was very relieved that I was there. She was scared, she was cold, and she basically was so happy to see me. She almost wanted to give me a hug, and I said, no, please don't do that. Just, you're in a bad spot. Let's get you down, and then we can talk about it.
Thanks to the lifeguards at Black's Beach, the woman was safely rescued. And while a lack of clothing will never prevent them from doing their job, they admit it isn't something they prepare for.
It's weird. I mean, there's no way to say it's not. It's definitely a strange, unique part of the job working this beach. And the guards that choose to work up here, they know going in that, hey, that's part of the deal. There's a lot of great things about this beach, but there's some weirdness about it too.
We're just doing it with our clothes off, same things you do. You know, play volleyball and hang out and swap recipes.
The nudists see this as a way to express their individuality. This expression, however, poses a challenge for lifeguards. Although most people choose to go to the beach in a swimsuit rather than a birthday suit,
It'd just be too bizarre wearing clothes and getting sand in my suit.
the nudists see this as a way to express themselves.
You're constantly pulling and tugging, it shows bulges. It's just so much easier not having to worry about it. I'm a proud nudist. Not everybody is. For a while I wasn't. I was worried what my friends would think, what my family would think, so we're not gonna judge people on what they look like. You get people down here, young, old, thin, heavy, scars, women with mastectomies, and nobody cares. They're a person. The body is just, it's just a shell.
As you can imagine, anywhere that people are out in public and they're naked and anybody can come down and see naked people, it's gonna present problems. They don't want problems down here, so they'll actually come and report to us people that, you know, are shady characters and ask us if we could see what they're up to. They want a safe environment down here, and so do we.
On this episode of Lifeguard, treacherous cliff rescues in Southern California have Del Mar lifeguards going over the edge.
No matter how well practiced you are, things can happen.
Then, guards from San Diego brace for impact as large waves make landfall.
We had a set roll through several minutes ago that was high enough to break the top railing, and somebody got knocked down. And so, just to keep people from getting injured, we got to take them off the pier.
Attention, folks, we are closing the pier due to large surf.
It's certainly large, and you got to be at the top of your game. But you know, when it gets bigger, it gets in the 20-foot range, then it really becomes even more dangerous.
But it's only a matter of time before the surf claims its first victim.
And I got pushed down to the bottom, I would say 30 feet down. I just remember I needed to get to the surface as I was out of air.
And it's a race to get the stranded surfer to the hospital.
Copy that. Let's do a hoist. This is your drowning incident.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, the person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. At nearly 65 million square miles, the Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on the planet. It is also the breeding ground for some of the Earth's most dynamic weather. And the lifeguards know that weather from the middle of the ocean can produce the largest waves on the coast of Southern California.
It's certainly large, and you got to be at the top of your game. But you know, when it gets bigger, it gets in the 20-foot range, then it really becomes even more dangerous.
The waves hitting San Diego today are the result of a storm off the coast of Japan that sent a powerful swell on a collision course with Southern California.
There was a big storm that came off of Japan, drove across the Central Pacific. It was approximately a 12-foot swell at 17-second intervals, meaning there's 17 seconds between the peaks of the waves, and the wider that period is, the deeper the waves reach, the more powerful, faster ground speed. So this is a fast break with a lot of power. The waves come in sets, and sometimes the sets are 30 minutes apart. So if somebody were to walk out on the tip of a rocky point during a 20 minutes worth of lull, and standing there watching, and all of a sudden a rogue set comes in, you could be washed quickly into the water and be in trouble in a hurry. So in big surf, you got to keep your wits about you, you got to keep breath control, and when the waves come, you duck underneath them, and then you get the heck out of Dodge.
This storm swell is producing waves so powerful that the guards are forced to close several of San Diego's piers.
We had a set roll through several minutes ago that was high enough to break the top railing, and somebody got knocked down. And so, just to keep people from getting injured, we got to take them off the pier.
Attention, folks, we are closing the pier due to large surf. If you could all head east, please.
The weather is a huge part of our job. The weather is what drives the surf, and that's what we're dealing with. It's an integral part of the ocean. The storms we get, the wind we get, it all changes the ocean that we're dealing with. I still remember when I was 13, it was the first huge El Nino storm, and my dad took us out of school and he said, we're gonna go look at the surf. And we came down to this beach and half of the pier had collapsed and the waves were 20 to 30 feet. I mean, it was a pretty incredible time. And I think that just really inspired me to be in the ocean and be challenged by it.
Some of the largest surf in San Diego is being produced in a remote and rocky area just north of Pacific Beach, which is exactly where the lifeguards received their first call of the day.
Dispatch to North Sea Beach 21 Sam for a surfer that's injured.
The 911 call came in, and the 911 caller was reporting that there was an injured surfer, unconscious. He was pulled out of the water, and that lifeguards were needed.
On patrol in the Pacific Beach area when the call comes in is Sergeant Ben Lewis.
21 Town, sounds like the surfer's on the rocks, possible near drowning.
At that point, I immediately called for backup because I knew we were going to need additional personnel way out there on the rocks. It's difficult to access and we can't drive out there with the truck, so it's a matter of getting out there on foot.
Fire, this is lifeguards requesting medics at the foot of Sea Ridge for injured surfer.
Copy that, 21 Town, on scene.
Lifeguards Lewis and Darling are the first responders.
I got on scene just as my sergeant did in his vehicle and grabbed the med pack. Just started heading out towards the victim.
Just moments earlier, 2 brave bystanders entered the thunderous surf and pulled the injured 57-year-old man out of the water.
We both saw a guy, in a little trouble out there, He didn't, he was hurting, it looked like, trying to swim in, like no power to it. But then right when he got to the reef, sort of just clanged onto it and didn't move for a while. So me and Jim went out there and helped him out.
We were able to grab him under each arm. The surf was still, way overhead.
Yeah, still
it went over us. But we were helping him out, and we dragged him up into shallower water where we were able to lay him on his side and get him to cough up a lot of water.
This guy had a hard time making it in without his board, and by the time he made it into the rocks at PB Point, he was exhausted, had spent some time underwater, and may have swallowed some or even inhaled some water.
If the injured surfer inhaled any amount of salt water into his lungs, he could be suffering from secondary drowning.
When that salt water gets into your lungs, the body tries to compensate for that, and fluid rushes in to basically desalinate the lungs, so make it less salty. And so your lungs fill up with fluid, and that's where we get our air from, and so basically you drown from inside.
The man's vital signs are dropping, so the lifeguards can't risk moving him, but they have to figure out something quickly. The tide is rising, and this rocky area will be underwater within 20 minutes. 80 miles up the coast in Huntington Beach, lifeguards are responding to an emergency call of their own. But there's a problem. They don't know what's wrong.
Right now, we are responding to Tower 17. We're going to be the backup unit. The tower guard's responding behind his tower to unknown trouble.
I think your stress level goes up a little bit when you're responding to something that you don't know the details about. But you try and squash those feelings as quick as possible because you know that you're the person that they're relying on for help. When we have an individual who is young, who is lethargic, just not acting normally for what a 10 or 12-year-old should be acting like, that's a huge red flag for us.
Why'd you go and board? Why don't we go get the medics?
Now it's our job to figure out what that problem is and get the proper treatment as soon as possible.
Stay with us, bud. Keep your eyes open.
Stay awake.
Stay awake.
Come on, buddy.
Take some nice, slow, deep breaths.
Keep breathing. Come on.
What's the last thing you ate? Rice. Rice? Did you feel okay after you ate? Yeah. Okay. Any tingling in your toes? Anything like that? Yeah, rule out cervical. Can you see me?
I can see your face and I can see your circle.
Okay, is your vision blurry? A little bit blurry? Okay. Okay, relax there, pal. Just take some nice, slow, deep breaths, okay? Well, right now they're just assessing him to find out what happened to the victim. I just got information from the sister that he fell in the shower a day prior and blacked out.
Could have been a serious injury that is now just presenting itself a day later. Anything that happens in the events leading up to what happens on the beach for us today, that is significant.
Keep breathing, come on. Keep breathing, take deep breaths, come on.
But when the paramedics arrived on scene, I gave them a quick update on victim status so that they can move forward with care and get that person to the hospital as soon as possible.
Well, buddy, we better take you to the doctor, get you checked out today, okay?
After examining the boy, the medics confirmed that he needs further medical attention. But with his location on the sand, the lifeguards must quickly transport him to the ambulance in the parking lot.
For us, the most significant calls are calls including children. You try and distance yourself from that and just rely on making sure the person gets the proper treatment, then you know you're doing the right job.
In San Diego, powerful waves, formed by a storm halfway around the world, are punishing the coastline. And lifeguards have responded to a 911 call of a surfer who nearly drowned in the turbulent waters. Given the injured surfer's location on a remote outcropping of rocks, the rescuers now face the difficult task of transporting him to the hospital before it's too late.
21 Sam, would helicopter be an alternative for transport?
Copy that. Let's do a hoist. This is a near drowning incident, and he's no time. I'll follow it. 1.
Copy that, and Copter 2 is responding.
8 miles inland, San Diego Fire Copter 2 embarks for the coast, while the rescue workers on scene continue their attempt to stabilize the victim.
Do you have a lifeguard that you can deploy to start clearing the area for the helicopter?
Grab your board, help! Get out of here!
21 Sam, I see we're ready for the medic insertion.
Just minutes after being dispatched, Copter 2 arrives on scene, ready to hoist down rescue medic Scott Pearson.
We came doors open, and I was hoisted down on the wire with the equipment that I would need to extricate this patient.
Due to the violent downwash of the rotor blades, Copter 2 performs an advanced maneuver for the hoist insertion.
What we do is a European style of hoisting, where we will maintain forward flight, and we will be in a forward motion and lowering down the rescuer at the same time. So by the time we get directly over the victim, we're no more than 10 feet off the ground, and you're just on the ground in just a matter of seconds.
Now on the ground, paramedic Pearson makes his way across the slippery, moss-covered rocks to the victim. And after a medical download from the team on the ground, he understands their fear for the surfer.
One of the things that we're really concerned about in cases like this is secondary drowning. Because of the salt content of our ocean, it doesn't take much water to disturb the balance and flow of fluids across the membranes in the lungs. And that's what will cause the secondary drowning.
With the potential for secondary drowning, the team must get the man into the helicopter and to the hospital immediately. The first step is placing the victim in a specialized bag.
Loaded him up into what we call a Bauman bag, which is kind of an encapsulating sleeping bag that's got a harness built right into it that hooks into the hoist wire.
With the man now packaged in the bag, paramedic Pearson signals to Copter 2 that he is ready for extraction. And as Copter 2 begins its approach, the rescuers leave the area to avoid its hazardous downwash. With the winds picking up, Copter 2 must maintain a steady course as it lowers the hoist cable down to the victim. Successfully grabbing the cable, paramedic Pearson quickly makes the connection and Copter 2 departs for a local hospital. This precision extraction is the end result of a combined effort by rescue workers and a couple of brave locals.
All right, you guys, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hope he does well.
Oh yeah, me too. We, as lifeguards, really appreciate citizen help. They were the beginning of saving this man's life, and then we just kind of came in and finished up.
The guy was in trouble. He was in serious trouble at water's edge there, and they ran down and helped him out. It's not the first time local surfers in the community have helped people in the water and helped us help people, and they were an integral and key part of that rescue.
Take care. Be safe out in the water.
These are the days we train for. I grew up on this beach, and for me to make a difference here is, I mean, just makes me feel incredible. So I'm very lucky to have this job and have that opportunity.
In Del Mar, California, the ocean is not the only source of potential danger. jagged cliffs looming over the ocean pose a threat to beachgoers on foot and in the air. These cliffs are a popular but treacherous spot, which is why Del Mar lifeguard Mark Rathson is in charge of cliff training.
We're on our way up to our North Beach bluffs where we do a lot of our cliff rescue training. I think North Beach is treacherous for the everyday walker or hiker because it is so inviting to go to the top and look over the edge. And once you go over the edge, it is sandstone, so you pretty much can't make it back up.
What makes these cliffs so dangerous is the weather. Del Mar's bluffs erode to unstable conditions during the heavy rains of winter, creating loose rocks and footholds in the summer.
Everybody grab a radio. What started me with lifeguarding in the early years was my love of the ocean. I enjoyed surfing and playing water polo, and I did junior guards, and junior guards really hooked me on it. I was always comfortable in the water, which makes it a lot easier to become a lifeguard. It is a natural progression to want to learn more and become an instructor and teach the things you've learned to the rookies that are coming up and the younger guards. These cliff rescues can be very dangerous. You're 100 feet over the surf, and things can happen. So that's why we train on a regular basis so they don't.
Today's training session is essential as cliff rescues in Southern California come in all shapes and sizes. From extracting injured cliff divers at San Diego's famous Sunset Cliffs.
Got him. Slow. The glider down scissors, Charlie, requesting a cliff response.
To airlifting those in dire need of medical care. And saving hikers desperately stranded hundreds of feet above Black's Beach. The guards risk life and limb to rescue those in peril. And without the proper training today, they won't be ready for the real thing tomorrow. This afternoon, Mark oversees the training exercise that simulates a stranded hiker rescue.
The responder is going to be you, Steve. You're going to go down on the main line.
Lifeguard Steve Glass will be the rescuer in the operation, while Kaylee Emerson will belay him from above.
As the rescuer on his way to the victim, I'm first of all thinking about my own safety, and there's always danger. No matter how many times you do it, no matter how well practiced you are, it's always nerve-wracking when you take your first step over the edge.
As Steve makes his move, he has to clearly relay his progress to Kaylee, or it could spell disaster.
Communication is very important in the cliff rescue. You don't know if it's going to be a real windy day. You don't know if you're going to be working underneath a helicopter or at night. Sometimes you can't communicate via radio, and it's hand signals. So it's important to be able to train and be proficient at it at all times.
Kaylee, stop.
With Steve in position, it's imperative that all the lifeguards work together. The team up top must manage the lines. Otherwise, Terry and Steve won't be able to navigate the face of the cliff.
There's a lot to make high-angle rescue dangerous. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of people coordinating to do some pretty technical things, and whenever that happens, there's the capacity for missteps and errors.
As the sandstone crumbles and falls, it's a concerted effort to get the lifeguards on solid ground.
As an instructor, it is nice to see what you've taught pay off. When the light switch comes on, it's when it's really pretty fun.
Topside word, code 4, head back to the beach.
After a powerful storm in the Pacific Ocean, California received some of the biggest surf of the year. And when the storm's swell made landfall in San Diego, it produced extremely large and hazardous waves. The surf community came out in large numbers to brave the elements. But the big waves brought big danger. Perhaps no one experienced the raw power of those waves more so than surfer Robert Brooks.
There was a set coming in, and I was trying to get further outside than where I was sitting. I was looking up at like a 2-story sized building of a wave. So I tried to go through it, and I just remember going back into the falls and my board being ripped from me, and I got pushed down to the bottom, I would say 30 feet down. I just remember I need to get to the surface, and I was just like, how high is it gonna be before I reach the surface? Because I was out of air. A few waves pushed me into shore, and I was just at the mercy of the sea. And I just knew my day has come. That's when two of the guardian angels I call Southern California lifeguards said, we're gonna help you. I don't really remember too much. I just found myself inside a helicopter, and I don't remember how I got there. Fortunately, those lifeguards were there. Otherwise, you know, I could have been getting my last breath on that rock.
Now fully recovered, Robert returns to the beach.
Hey.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
Looking good.
I appreciate being rescued.
It's not often we get to see somebody after we rescue them, especially something like that, so it's...
Well, I feel you saved my life, so it's the least I can do is to come and shake your hand and thank you.
Yeah, let me get you your board.
Right.
Believe it or not, your board, even though it blew up on the rocks, we had the guys in the helicopter help us spot it on the rocks because we couldn't find it from down where we were, but it's no dings, no damage at all.
I thought it'd be crunching the rocks for sure.
That thing. Yeah, man.
Amazing.
Believe it or not, no damage.
Another miracle.
Take care, man.
All right,
you gonna get in the water again soon?
It'll be a while, but I'll get back out there.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, come say hi.
All right.
See ya.
Thank you, lifeguards. You do work that, I mean, you save people's lives. What can I say?
On this episode of Lifeguard, torrential rains in Long Beach flood the LA River, threatening the lives of 3 stranded men.
The swift water is absolutely dangerous, especially in these concrete canals and the rivers like we have here. They're not made for recreation. There's lots of obstructions, there's lots of things to hang you up, there's lots of things that will kill you in the river.
The lifeguards have to step up their rescue efforts in order to escort the men to safe ground.
The water was rising where that island wasn't going to be there in the next hour.
And in San Diego, thousands of swimmers take to the open ocean.
Last year the water was really rough and 62 degrees.
Gatorman means the ultimate challenge. 3 miles you have to finish in an hour and 45 minutes.
They don't call it the rough water swim for nothing.
But keeping everyone safe is no small task.
BC1, is this a medical aid or just a rescue?
It's a rescue, but you're going to want to have medics stand by.
Then, high-speed action on Mission Bay spells trouble for the lifeguards.
When you get something that goes anywhere upwards of 60 miles an hour and weighs over 1,100 pounds, it's a weapon.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. Long Beach, California. Typically home to blue skies and tranquil waters, the city receives only about 12 inches of rain a year. However, Long Beach is also the end of the line for the nearly 50 miles of concrete channeling known as the LA River. And while the river is typically calm, a rainstorm in Los Angeles can change that rapidly.
We realized that night it had rained harder than we had anticipated, harder than the local forecasters had also anticipated. So when we came into work that morning, the river levels were higher than expected, and that's when the call went out.
This would be a swiftwater rescue response from 17 Charlie. For the man standing in the LA River south of Willow.
When lifeguards arrive on scene, they discover that it's not a single person, but 3 people trapped by the rising river. Lifeguards must race to extract them, as the island will soon be underwater, and they are just upstream from a very hazardous dam.
If things go bad, there's an end of the line for us, and that's the Lowhead Dam. The one in Long Beach here is bank to bank. It's, almost 600 feet wide. They call them drowning machines, and they call them that for a reason.
As the river flows over the Lowhead Dam, it hits the water below, creating backwash and a deadly spin cycle.
It's not going to let you out. Once it gets you in, you're not getting out.
And all units responding to the LA River person is on the east side of the riverbed.
Extracting the men from the island will require the Long Beach Fire Department lifeguards to perform what is known as a swift water rescue, a procedure that can be treacherous and extremely unpredictable.
The swift water is absolutely dangerous, especially in these concrete canals and the rivers like we have here. They're not made for recreation. There's lots of obstructions, there's lots of things to hang you up, there's lots of things that will kill you in the river.
With time working against them, Marine Safety Officers Tyler Warzinski and Patrick Morrison approach the river's edge.
We need to set up upstream spotters, and we need to worry about how we're going to get out of the river if things go south.
The strong flow of the river forces the lifeguards to enter the water 100 yards upstream. And as they step in, it's the unseen forces below the surface that test them the most.
The water was rushing pretty fast. The pressure on our legs was so much that I was behind Tyler at this point, and I had to push him to keep him from falling down.
Cautiously navigating through the water, the lifeguards must now execute a precise maneuver, floating down the river to the victims.
You're talking maybe a 2-foot wide by 7-foot long strip of dry ground that these guys were huddled on.
In addition to a small target, the lifeguards must also avoid any obstructions.
If you become pinned up against something, just the pressure of that moving water against your body exerts hundreds of pounds of pressure. So you can struggle all you want, fight against it, you will not win. The water will always defeat you.
90 miles down the coast lies La Jolla, California. A beautiful city at the north end of San Diego. With today's forecast in the mid-70s and cooler water temperatures, it would appear to be a fairly normal day for the lifeguards. But today is one of a kind, because today is the La Jolla Rough Water Swim, an annual long-distance swimming event on the open water of the Pacific Ocean. Participants will be at the mercy of the rough surf and strong current. And for the lifeguards, this event is always a busy one.
Well, it's probably one of the biggest events that we lifeguard. Every year we expect about 2,000 swimmers, up to 5,000 people in the park. That's a lot of people to watch and provide public safety to. And if you throw in all the variables that we have with potential for large surf, potential for cold water and hypothermia cases, potential for a shark sighting, it just makes it very complicated. So you do have to have a plan in place to follow in case one of these things does present itself. All right, so we got our basic plan. So Brian, just so you clearly understand, he's going to be operations.
Lifeguard Sergeant Rick Strobel will be the incident commander for the Rough Water Swim, supervising the lifeguards working the event.
I was really lucky to grow up right here in the immediate area. I was exposed to all kinds of stuff around the water, sailing, kayaking. Right out of college, I went straight into lifeguarding, and I very quickly realized that I loved lifeguarding. And I did other things for several years and had success and failures in what we call the real world, but it was the ocean that I really missed. So I came back, started all over again, started at the bottom, tried out again. It became very clear that lifeguarding was my passion. I'm very blessed to be able to combine my profession with my passion.
With thousands of swimmers expected, Sergeant Strobel has assembled an extra-large team of lifeguards today.
We have 26 lifeguards assigned to this event. We have a fireboat, a rescue boat, 2 personal watercraft, and 16 lifeguards on paddleboards in the water. So to coordinate all those people, get them scheduled, get them here, and then protect all the swimmers is a very challenging endeavor, no doubt.
9 a.m., the junior swim, first event of the day. Ops Commander Ryan Damon keeps watch from the cove, while lifeguard Brian Chadwell is out on the water, cautiously watching for any potential problems. One by one, the junior swimmers cross the finish line with only a few minor rescues due to exhaustion. 11 a.m., the mile swims begin, and the cold water temperatures have the lifeguards on the lookout.
Weather really influences this event. When people are in the water, as long as they are during this event, up to an hour and 45 minutes, hypothermia is always going to be a concern. And in most cases, it's not really life-threatening, but it can be. We just want to make sure that we catch it before it gets serious, and we treat it, and we correct the problem as quickly as possible.
It's now just afternoon. The weather and the water conditions are cooperating so far, and lifeguards are keeping the early events safe. But the final event of the day is only a few hours away. The extremely grueling 3-mile swim, simply known as the Gator Man.
Well, this is an event that actually is the largest ocean swim event, and it's a rugged thing. 3 miles in that ocean, and especially if the water's cold. You know, if you're not used to that, that's a tough one.
Last year the water was really rough and 62 degrees.
Gatorman means the ultimate challenge. 3 miles you have to finish in an hour and 45 minutes to get your t-shirt and a medal.
San Diego's prevailing west winds and large swell can be treacherous for those looking to compete in this 3-mile open water swim. Guards must remind even the most experienced swimmers of the perils that lie out on the course.
Right next to the pier, we have a notorious rip current, so it is a dangerous area to swim. We recommend that you keep your distance from the pier when swimming.
It's now 2:15, only minutes before the Gator Man will begin. Sergeant Strobel gathers all the lifeguards to discuss their final game plan.
Excellent work. Probably been one of the best rough water swims so far in a long time. Primary objective, drowning prevention, and then medical aid as needed, all right? Team 1, who's in your team? You're gonna be on the first leg of the mile swims, and then you're gonna go to the furthest leg of the Gator Man.
2:30 p.m., the time has come.
All right, let's go.
26 lifeguards protecting over 500 swimmers in the open water.
Take your mark.
In Long Beach, an overnight rainstorm has the LA River raging. It is also quickly rising, so the Long Beach Fire Department lifeguards have responded to the call of 3 men hopelessly trapped on a sandbar in the middle of the river. Now they must hurry to extricate the men before the island is gone, and they are washed downstream into a deadly low-head dam.
Water was rising. It was rising enough to where that island wasn't going to be there in the next hour.
How many victims? 3?
As additional lifeguards prepare for backup support, the team plans their return route. Quickly preparing the first of 3 men for extraction, the lifeguards begin their journey back to shore.
Along the way, making this rescue, the patient was nervous. He kept saying he was scared and he was tired.
Getting into swift water with the patient changes the ballgame. That patient could panic. They could start to become combative, want you to let go of them. There's a whole lot of things. So positioning that patient so they can't get at you, yet you can still rescue them, that's the key.
The first man is safely back on shore, but the river is rising quicker than expected. The lifeguards must make this next trip their final one. They add Marine Safety Officer James Reinheimer to help extract the men before they succumb to the water or the cold.
Hypothermia can set in quickly. The water is going to be really cold, and they could have been wet for hours before they got into this situation. So they could be well deep into a hypothermic state.
Team's back out on the sandbar. It looks to be almost completely submerged.
The 3 lifeguards and 2 victims assemble a line for the final critical leg of the rescue.
Dispatch, all parties on return to shore.
Once you put your hands on them, they're yours. Okay, they're your responsibility, and you've got to get them to safety. You got to try everything in your ability to get them to safety.
With Marine Safety Officer Warzinski leading the way, the lifeguards battle through seagrass, slippery rocks, and hundreds of pounds of water pressure.
You have your biggest guy in the front. He's taking the brunt of the force of the water and leaning into it. So what we did is to put a victim in between each one of us. In the event we did fall down, each person would have a hold of a victim. We can get them over to shore.
If they went south, they would go south quickly. 1 second, we would be walking, the next second, we'd be in the water. If he gets swept under and loses his footing, now that victim is taking the brunt of the force, and we're all gonna be swimming.
All right, they are 15 feet away. 10 feet. 5. Rescue 9 and dispatch, we're clear. Everyone's out of the water.
It's the best feeling to help save a life. It's what keeps people like me in jobs like this.
Rescue 9 have been released from the incident.
Today, the lifeguards of the Long Beach Fire Department were successful. While the weather can be unpredictable, they've proven they are prepared for anything. In San Diego, lifeguards are extremely busy with the 81st annual La Jolla Rough Water Swim.
So far, we've had about 15 of the 20 events successfully completed. Had over 1,000 swimmers so far. Right now, we got the granddaddy of them all. That's the Gator Man. It's a 3-mile open water swim.
Today's weather is nearly ideal for this event, but lifeguards know that there are still dangers on the course.
Right next to the pier, we have a notorious rip current. We recommend that you keep the distance from the pier when swimming.
During the Gator Man, swimmers will enter the water from La Jolla Cove, making a 1.5-mile journey across open ocean to the Scripps Pier. From there, they will turn around and return the same 1.5 miles back to the cove.
Last thing, don't let any swimmers go into the shores. You need to rescue somebody, stop them, don't send them into the shores. We got to put them on a PWC and get them back here so we're accounted for. Team leaders, primary objective, drowning prevention, and then medical aid as needed. All right? All right, let's go.
The lifeguards' plan is about to be put to the test, as 26 guards will protect hundreds of swimmers in the open water.
Be advised, Gator Man is underway.
With so many swimmers, lifeguards must work tirelessly and always be on the lookout for trouble.
PWC-1 to Ops. I've got a female swimmer complaining of shortness of breath. Bring her to the cove now.
PWC-1, is this a medical aid or just a rescue?
Just a rescue, but you're going to want to have medics standing by.
Lifeguard Brian Chadwell brings the distressed swimmer back to the cove for medical care. The long-distance swim has claimed its first victim.
What happened?
I couldn't breathe at all. I couldn't even say my name.
Still a bit dizzy?
Yeah.
Now on dry land, the swimmer seems to have recovered, but she will undergo a full checkup with paramedics as a precaution. Even with moderate weather conditions this year, the Gator Man is still earning its reputation as one of the most grueling events in the world.
The weather can be deceiving because it can be really sunny and clear outside for the spectators, but then in the water, they don't call it the rough water swim for nothing.
27 minutes have elapsed, and the lead pack of competitors are now halfway through the course. But back at the cove, yet another swimmer has been brought in with troubling symptoms.
180, 100. Blood pressure's a little high.
I was about 100 yards out and got very short of breath. My blood pressure was high. It was very high. I turned around, lifeguard brought me back in. It's the first time in this race, and just it wasn't in the cards, I guess.
Nearly an hour into the race, and the first wave of swimmers return to the cove, successfully conquering the Gator Man. However, with hundreds of competitors still in the water, the lifeguards have yet to cross their finish line.
Off 3-1.
3-1.
the end of the pier, there's one guy on one of the staff surfboards who's not going to make it, needs rescue.
Roger that, you on the green kayak.
The guards have identified an exhausted swimmer on the course near a notoriously strong rip current by the Scripps Pier.
And lifeguard is Marine 1 to the green kayak. We have a boat, vessel en route.
PWC-2 races to collect the man, luckily reaching him before he is pulled by the current.
Sir, if you can't swim all the way back, you think you want some ride, go ahead and come up here and we'll have you sit down.
Too tired to make the swim back to the cove, the man will come aboard Marine 1 for safe transport. Back at the cove, more and more swimmers continue to cross the finish line.
Good job, people! Good job! Woo!
But with the event time approaching 1 hour and 45 minutes, the lifeguards are ready for their final push.
You're still in the water, and the Gator Man, the time has expired. We're gonna pick you up, thank you.
Today we made about 30 to 35 rescues. That was basically assisting fatigued swimmers, swimmers that were cold, swimmers that were asking for assistance.
We couldn't really do this race as successfully without the lifeguards. They're really a major factor for all of us because they're on their paddle boards and they actually help guide the lead pack of swimmers to where they're going.
Nobody drowned. Excellent work. We met our main goal, which was no drownings. Everybody was accounted for. Nobody got hurt. And so it was a very successful event. You guys have been busting your butts all day. You're going to get loaded up and get out of here. Nice job. Thank you. Excellent work.
San Diego is known for its sunny skies and warm weather. But even in the middle of summer, this California paradise can fall victim to June gloom.
When the wind blows offshore, that means from the land to the water, it's blowing the surface water away from the coast. The ocean does not like uneven water, so something has to come up to replace that, and that comes from the deeper water, and that water is generally quite cold. And if you get a lot of upwelling, you're going to notice a very quick drop in temperatures, and that happens occasionally in our summer here in Southern California.
And today, while cold water temperatures are keeping the beach crowd scarce, the same cannot be said for San Diego's Mission Bay. At 4,000 acres, it's the largest man-made aquatic park in the country.
Mission Bay is a unique recreational aquatic playground because it has so much mixes of use. You go anywhere else, it's sailboarding only, or, water skiing only in this area.
Swimming, fishing, and water skiing are all popular here. But in recent years, one thing has come to dominate the waterway: personal watercraft.
I would say 90% of the water activity out here on Mission Bay is all personal watercraft. There is no brakes, so when you get something that goes anywhere upwards of 60 miles an hour and weighs over 1,100 pounds, it's a weapon.
Lifeguards always focus on prevention, stopping and educating PWC operators who are breaking the law. Based on the seriousness of the infraction, the lifeguards decide who gets a citation.
I'm going to be issuing you a citation for operating the vessel too close to shore.
And who gets off with a warning.
Do you have any idea why I've stopped you this afternoon or this morning? No idea. This whole area is 5 miles an hour.
It's kind of like when your mom said, okay, sit down and listen to me.
You're driving one of these, there are rules to the road when you're driving a personal watercraft.
And they kind of finally will get it, like, oh, I don't want to be stopped again and have that guy talk me to death.
But despite the vigilance of the lifeguards, the size of the bay makes accidents inevitable.
Dispatch Guardian 1, we have a report of PWC collision. 2 parties involved. PD is en route as well. Anyone copy?
2 personal watercraft have been involved in a head-on collision on the open water.
These 2 guys are out there doing donuts, run into each other, so I go up, jump on my ski and walk over, or drive over, see if they're okay, and one guy can't swim and he's freaking out. So I grabbed a hold of him, told his partner to shut off his ski. I got him, and he doesn't. Instead, he hits the gas and rides up my leg.
As lifeguards provide medical aid, they discover that this is just another case of inexperienced boaters. Luckily, no one was seriously injured in this accident. But as the guards wrap up, they'll head back out on patrol to keep the bay and all of its inhabitants safe. on this episode of Lifeguard. A storm in the middle of the Pacific is making waves in Newport Beach. Big waves.
It will break your neck, it will break your back, it will break any limb, it will rip your tendons and rip your ligaments, you know, it will leave you walking astray out of the beach.
And the lifeguards are on high alert, protecting people in and out of the water.
Get the lifeguard.
While in San Diego, lifeguards race against the clock to get a severely injured victim to medics on shore.
It's going to be a 25-year-old female with traumatic injuries from a fall.
And later, lifeguards in La Jolla travel to great lengths to rescue an injured hiker.
He's down. He's not going to go long.
1, 2, 3. Put him on right here. Found the patient up there in mild condition, and getting him out proved a little bit tricky due to the location.
And then, lifeguards in Del Mar take on the next generation of first responders.
Lifeguard Beach.
She pushed us to do things that she never believed you could do.
Good job.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. This is Newport Beach, California. Located on the Balboa Peninsula, this beautiful beach is one of the most popular in Southern California. Large beach crowds always keep the lifeguards here busy. But today, crowds are not their biggest concern. Today, the lifeguards are preparing for a monster. A monster that comes alive with a vengeance. A monster that is simply known as the wedge. The wedge is a huge wave that only forms when several unique weather conditions come together. The first is a large Pacific Ocean storm, large enough to create a 10 to 15-foot swell. The second is a combination of wind and tide that steers that large swell towards Newport Beach from the south.
An interesting thing about Newport Beach is the phenomenon, the surf break called the wedge. That area generally faces south-southwest, so it picks up a south swell quite well.
Incoming storm waves from the south hit the jetty at a 45-degree angle, reflecting off and then hitting the next wave of the set. When these two collide, they form a wave much larger than either of the two separate waves. Overseeing safety at the wedge today is Lifeguard Chief Jim Turner.
We've got a large crowd. The wedge just had its high tide. Everyone is here to watch the big waves.
Today, the lifeguards have extra staff on duty and a precise game plan. In addition to the guards on the tower, they will also station guards on boats outside the breaking waves and watch from the water's edge. Because here, response time is everything.
The rescues that we have here, there's a heavy impact zone, so we have that moment of imminent danger where you do just have to sprint out there right away and you don't have that little time to play with where you can watch a rescue begin to happen. Here, it's just an absolute emergency right off the bat.
Over the years, guards have seen it all at the wedge. On July 24th, 2009, the lifeguards witnessed the raw power of those waves as they slammed an experienced body surfer into the jetty, pinning him against the rocks. Guards responded immediately from the beach and rescue boats, trying desperately to get the man out of the water. They were successful in pulling him out and onto a rescue boat, but it was too late. He had drowned in the waters of the wedge. Even with the dangerous and violent water conditions, the wedge still attracts body surfers from all over the world.
I'm from Kailua, Hawaii, and came today to try to catch some waves at the wedge.
I drove from Portland, Oregon yesterday to come down to be here.
I'm from Egypt. I've actually never seen waves like this size live, ever, period.
They may love the ride, but with 20-foot waves, the dangers are obvious.
The wedge tends to break in a really shallow water. And so here you're gonna see a lot of dislocated shoulders, broken collarbones, and we do get our occasional spinal that happens here as well, and our C-spines where people do break their necks.
You gotta know how to take a pounding, and if you ain't ready for it, it will break your neck, it will break your back, it will break any limb, it will rip your tendons and rip your ligaments, you know, it will leave you walking astray out of the beach.
There's no question the wedge is a dangerous place for the riders, but it's also surprisingly treacherous for onlookers.
The spectators are what make us nervous down here. We're very careful about who we allow to go in the water, so we're comfortable with their abilities, and barring some extreme accident, most of them are going to be fine throughout this kind of surf. The problem is the spectators maybe aren't aware of what the conditions are, the dynamics of this beach, how the water washes up onto the sand and can actually pull them down into the surf line.
At the wedge, watchers get pulled into the surf almost every year, and one of the worst accidents was captured by an amateur cameraman.
Look at that. Look out. Look out. Look, I don't even know what's going on.
Tell them back in Iowa, we were down at the seashore.
Watch it. So, they get sucked. This one's still sitting there.
The cameraman turned his attention back to the wedge.
There's a set outside, and they could be hurting. Danny man looks like he is scratching.
And then the girls were pulled into the violent surf.
Oh, geez, get the lifeguard.
You better get going.
All three women were knocked off their feet and thrown around like rag dolls.
Holy hell.
But luckily for them, the lifeguards of Newport Beach were quick to respond.
That one's okay, we hope. Her mom or whatever, having a tough time.
Because of their respect for the raw power of this unique wave, the lifeguards will always keep watch on the wedge. 80 miles down the Southern California coastline in San Diego's Mission Bay, hot summer sun is bringing out hundreds of pleasure boaters. And the lifeguards know that this increased activity in the bay is a perfect recipe for one thing: emergencies.
Dispatch to 4 Sam, got a 911 report of a person injured on a vessel. It's going to be a 25-year-old female with traumatic injuries from a fall.
Lifeguards Steve Orlowski and Mark Brown are the first to respond.
Guardian 1 responding.
We arrived on scene and it was a 50-foot sport fishing vessel that had a lot of people on board. It seemed to be having some kind of a gathering or a party on board.
Using their training as emergency medical technicians, once on scene, the lifeguards quickly assess the victim.
I'm gonna feel back here, okay?
You're gonna be good. Got on the boat, we saw her laying on the ground with a couple wet towels around her, and so we just worked from there.
She either slipped and fell or tried to jump from the flybridge into the water and landed in her groin area on the railing of the boat, causing her traumatic injuries. She's got blood here.
Yeah, there's some on the side of the boat right there.
The victim's injury has caused severe bleeding and needs to be controlled immediately.
She was gonna be a major trauma, so we wanted to be off that boat as soon as possible.
The lifeguards and their rescue boats are crucial in the process of transporting victims. Essentially, the boats are water ambulances.
I just wanted to confirm that the Sports Center dock is going to be the best location for the medics. That's where we have them routed now.
Typically, there's a lot of traumatic injuries, and so having the skill of emergency medical technician is a key component out here on the harbor unit.
Lifeguards transport the injured woman to the medics waiting on shore in less than 10 minutes from the initial call.
26-year-old female weighing 107 pounds. She's in extreme pain, a 9 out of 10.
Thanks to the San Diego lifeguards, the woman is now on her way to the hospital. Newport Beach, California is known for its incredible weather and amazing surf conditions. Today, a distant storm has brought 20-foot waves to the infamous area known as the Wedge. But the lifeguards are on alert for another very important reason.
General reminder to all swimmers and beachgoers, we got very hazardous rip current today. If you don't have 2 fins on, please stay in speed, waist deep water, no further. Thank you.
Today's weather is creating a hazardous situation. The west wind and the existing south swell are all the ingredients needed for a rash of rip currents. This aerial view shows what a rip current looks like. A strong, narrow current formed by wind and waves that pushes sand and water out to sea.
Rip currents are very, very dangerous and, really underestimated. People get sucked out in them all the time, and people aren't here to pull those people out of them, or if they don't know what they're doing, they can die.
In Newport Beach, the lifeguards on land are backed up by guards on rescue boats stationed just offshore.
17 to main tower. I got a couple of boogie boarders out in the rip. I need to go get them.
With his eyes on the victims, lifeguard Corey Klepfer grabs his gear and rushes into the surf. 3 people have been sucked away from shore and can't escape a dangerous rip current. Lifeguard Klepfer quickly realizes he can't bring in all 3 victims, so he signals a Newport Beach rescue boat.
The rip current started pulling. They started getting taken out past the surf line, past where they could get in.
Once on shore, lifeguard Klepfer takes the opportunity to educate the boogie boarders.
We're gonna have a rip current in between 17 and 18 all day, pretty much right there.
I think we'll come down here.
Yeah. Down here, look for like brown choppy water, white caps. And then if you do get stuck in one, you want to swim parallel to shore until you get out of it and then come back in.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a good learning experience for the kids. They realize how quickly the rip current can pull you out. Luckily, the lifeguard was there, and they helped us, and the boat came, and everything was good.
Meanwhile, down the beach at Tower 15, lifeguard Nick Espinoza is also keeping an eye on the dangerous rips.
Today is a great day if you wanted to come to the beach and see rip currents and understand what they look like and what they do, because they're all over the beach right now. Espinoza 15. My experience started when I was a baby. My dad surfed his whole life and started taking me to the beach. And through that experience, I was looking up at the lifeguards in the tower, and the whole time I was just thinking to myself, wow, I hope I get to do that one day. Now it's starting to act like a whirlpool right on the shoreline, even like where that little girl is right there. She goes in more than her ankle. She could be a potential rescue. And I've known from a very young age how the swells work during the summertime. We had south swell, but we have a west wind right now. So we're getting wind swell from the west, we're getting south swell coming in, and that meets right in the middle, right on that shore break, especially at 15th Street, because that's a south swell magnet.
Nick spots a woman who's been knocked down at the shoreline by a strong rip current. He must get to her before she's pulled out to deeper water.
She was walking on the beach, and a whole bunch of water rushed in all at once, formed a base of a rip current right on the shoreline, and literally took 1 second for it to form, start swirling, and knock the lady over. All right, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You just got knocked down?
The wave came behind us, knocked over my knees. I went down, and then we just kept getting hit by more waves that couldn't get out. I thought I was drowning. I thought I was gonna drown, and her too, and then I wouldn't be able to get to her. Finally got us out. It's really scary.
As much as I like being super proactive and educating the public and stuff, we're still, no matter what, you're always going to get rescues, and you have to be prepared for them. So I just embrace it, and I love making rescues.
When it comes to beach cities in Southern California, it doesn't get much better than San Diego. But with 22 million visitors each year, the beaches have a tendency to get crowded. Beachgoers who are looking for a more secluded experience may head north to Black's Beach. With several miles of shoreline butted up against the cliffs of Torrey Pine State Reserve, this area is isolated and protected by only 6 lifeguards during the summer.
With the 6 guards they'll have one person up here at the top of the cliff, the place we call the perch. They watch as much of the beach from up here as they can, and then around the corner down to the south, we have another station that's a little bit closer to the beach. Then we'll have personal watercraft that's set up for rescue that we use inside the surf. We have a truck and we have an ATV down here as well.
So if a major medical situation arises here, they'll need backup.
Dispatch to Unit 34. There's a sick person up by Brenner Canyon in between Flat Rock and Muscle Rock, so you can head that way.
Lifeguard Ryan Foster was patrolling Black's Beach when the call came in.
I was in Unit 34. One of our utility vehicles, they called for a code 3 response for our unit. I grabbed the trauma pack and started the trail.
Black's Beach lifeguards rushed to the scene with all available resources.
34 copy. We'll be heading that way. We're going to send the ATV due to the high tide.
Dispatch copy.
And 31 Sam copies.
7 miles south at La Jolla Shores, Sergeant Ben Lewis and AJ Villa depart code 3 from Muscle Rock.
Blacks are able to have another unit head up there and help out with that.
A native of the East Coast, Ben was a lifeguard on the Jersey Shore for 5 years before deciding to move to San Diego.
When I came on 18 years ago, I'm the new guy from the East Coast, the New Jersey lifeguard that everybody's gonna keep an eye on and see if he can, hold up to the standard out here in Southern California. But the big difference is certainly weather. On the East Coast, I remember there were days in the middle of the summertime where we could see those dark clouds marching in from the west, and we knew the rain was coming. Then it would just clear out the beach crowd, beach would be empty, and it would rain for the rest of the day. But something like that in Southern California is very, very rare.
Being an East Coast native, Sergeant Lewis has had to learn to adapt to these types of calls on the Southern California terrain.
The combination of surf, cliffs, is dangerous, and you throw a couple people in that mix and it can make things particularly tricky.
The lifeguards on scene give the victim oxygen, check his vitals, and continue to feed information back to Sergeant Lewis, who is en route.
Is your patient unable to walk?
He's down. He's not going to be able to walk. 31 Sam copy. I think the best way to extricate him is going to be carry him over Muscle Rock. 31 Sam copy.
Sounds like he might be at the far north end, beyond some rocks, where the tide pinches off, so access could be a little bit difficult.
The lifeguards who were first on scene have stabilized the 61-year-old man, but they have a huge problem. This area is accessible to emergency vehicles only at low tide. The tide is now at its high point.
Dispatch, 31 Sam on scene, Muscle Rock.
Traveling on foot, Sergeant Lewis arrives at the victim.
You got meds?
Just taking meds for seizures, but he says he hasn't had he has a history of epilepsy, but he hasn't had any in a long time.
He was unconscious?
No, he was not unconscious, but he was altered.
All right, let's go. Let's move.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
Let's put him on right here. Found the patient up there in mild condition, and getting him out proved a little bit tricky due to the location. So we had to utilize the quad and a group of about 5 lifeguards to carry him out. We carried him out down a little stretch of beach, over some rocks to an awaiting 4x4 pickup truck, where we were able to drive him 2.5 miles to the paved road, where we had a fire department and paramedics awaiting the patient.
31 Sam dispatch, Unit 34 has got the patient en route to the base of the road to get with medics.
Dispatch copies.
Whether it be the surf, the temperature, the tides, it's constantly changing. Today the challenge was accessing a patient with the high tide. A high tide that pinched off some of our access points that would be available to us during a low tide. And then we improvise a little bit when we need to and make decisions based on what the environment and our patient are throwing at us. So that's what we did today.
On any given summer day, the lifeguards of Del Mar Beach keep their shoreline safe for beachgoers. From rescues and rip currents to managing high winds, it's not an easy gig. To make matters worse, there's a well-trained group always looking to take their jobs. This is that group, the Del Mar Junior Lifeguards.
Around the cone, guys.
It's a sunny day in July, and the water is warm. Perfect conditions for these junior guards to learn aquatic skills and team building.
The Junior Lifeguard program started about 30 years ago with probably 6 kids. Over the years, it's developed into a very successful program. Especially if you're growing up in a beach environment, you want to be aware of beach conditions, ocean conditions. And that's exactly what the Junior Lifeguard program provides.
Leading this next generation of lifesavers is a lifeguard with a name to remember. This is Turtle Rudolph.
Hello, Leonidas. How's the Del Mar JG mascot? How are you?
My desire to become a lifeguard started in college. A lot of my friends were lifeguards, and it looked exciting and fun, and I followed in their footsteps. Being the junior lifeguard director includes a lot of activities. I work with parents and have parent conferences, and that also includes workouts and joining in with the junior guards every day.
Ready and down. 1, down, 2. Turtle's super great because she's fun, she's awesome, she's athletic, and she pushes you to do things that you'd never believe you could do.
Good job. It's Friday. You guys excited?
Junior lifeguards is definitely the building blocks to become a lifeguard. We talk about rip currents, we go through first aid, and they also get to train with lifeguard equipment.
You guys know what it means to attack the waves?
Of the current staff of 60 Del Mar lifeguards, almost 40% were junior guards.
My first year doing junior lifeguards, Turtle was my instructor, so when I was a little 10-year-old, Turtle took me under her wing and showed me what to do and how to do it the best way I could. And it basically taught me everything I know, made me who I am now as a lifeguard. Well, what are you waiting for? 5 burpees. Get some air, jump up.
Nice job, guys.
While Turtle and her team pass on the skills, they also focus on the fun.
Kids get fitness, they get a day in the sun, no video games, they're interacting with each other, learning new skills.
But the junior lifeguards also get something else.
Everyone always asks about my name, and you're just gonna have to come be a junior lifeguard to find the answer.
On this episode of Lifeguard, the weather in San Diego is heating up, and crowds are flocking to the beach.
We got a lot of people on the beach today. It's a very sunny day. We're busier than normal.
More people mean more rescues. Starting at Windan Sea, where lifeguards rush to medevac an injured surfer.
If they had moved their neck even a quarter of an inch either direction, then they could have been paralyzed.
While at Mission Beach, the lifeguards race against time to locate a young man fighting to stay above water.
There was a very severe glare, and if we can't see the victim, then we can't rescue him.
And when the day comes to a close, a swimmer is reported missing.
We call it the golden hour, for someone to have a chance to be revived.
But they're racing against both time and the sunset.
We have a general direction, but we have no real knowledge of whether he went to some direction unknown to us. So the area was expansive.
Then, a deep water rescue that lifeguards won't soon forget.
Most time fatalities, you find them on the bottom, so I was concentrating on looking on the bottom. But as I turned, something caught my eye, and I looked up, and the individual was suspended above me about 10 feet.
The lifeguards of Southern California protect over 400 miles of coastline. And nothing impacts their day like the weather.
As lifeguards, a lot of us are amateur meteorologists.
Good weather brings a lot of excitement, a lot of action.
On these beaches, lifeguards are the first responders.
I have a 911 call of a distressed swimmer.
I like those exciting days where you don't really know what's going to happen.
Dispatch, a person injured on a vessel.
They are there to save you. They are there to lifeguard. In a typical Southern California summer, sunshine is never in short supply. And the rays beating down on San Diego today have temperatures going up. Way up. This is something Lifeguard Sergeant Ed Harris has been keeping an eye on.
We got a lot of people on the beach today. It's a very sunny day. It's very hot inland. It's 100 degrees. It feels like it's probably 80 plus on the coast. And it's a weekend and there's swell. So all those combined for weather mean that we're busier than normal.
The waves at Windan Sea Beach are packed. However, all the lifeguards here know that when the waves are crowded, danger is just around the corner.
Windan Sea to 3 Sam. We have a surfer accident. 2 parties collided in the water. 1 was injured. He's out of the water. Possible head and neck injuries. We will be taking C-spine precautions.
Lifeguards do a lot of C-spines. We do, at every beach, we do several every summer. And it's something we train for hard, both in the water and outside the water, just because of the consequences for not doing it right are really catastrophic.
Sergeant Harris begins to make his way to Windan Sea, one of many areas under the command of the San Diego lifeguard veteran.
You know, I grew up in Orange County, going to the beach, 25 cents a day on the Orange County transit bus, you know, with my brothers and my brother, and you know, spent a lot of time in aquatics, in the pool and stuff like that. When I was 18 years old, I joined the Marines. And while I was in the Marines, I taught water survival. I was a scuba instructor and a water survival instructor. In order to be comfortable doing the job that we do, you pretty much have to have grown up in the water, preferably a lot of time in the ocean. And it's a mindset that allows you to remain calm and allow you to just relax and deal with it, because panic kills more people in the water than anything else. And so they really drill into you, don't panic.
At Windan Sea, the lifeguards now have the injured surfer's neck immobilized with a C-collar.
You remember what happened? The guy was going left and just kept on going right into me, ran me over.
When I arrived on this call, they had a C-collar on him, and they were making a decision on how they were going to get him on the backboard. It's typical for us to go ahead with full immobilization. It's not uncommon that we get word back from the hospital that they had a severe fracture, and if they had moved their neck even a quarter of an inch either direction, then they could have been paralyzed. Beautiful, gentlemen.
All right, we're gonna slide them up a little bit. 1, 2, 3.
We're not doctors, we don't put them back together, but we stop any more damage from happening, we stabilize them, we package them, and we get them to the people that know what they're doing.
Even with the increased crowds on the coast, the rest of the afternoon is business as usual for the lifeguards. As the end of the day approaches, the gorgeous weather is setting the stage for a beautiful sunset. But for lifeguards, it's also creating a blinding glare, making it more difficult to see the swimmers still in the water. With a higher vantage point, guards in the main tower spot a swimmer struggling in the water.
He didn't show any signs that he was a non-swimmer, none, until he just went from 0 to 60 in about 1 second and completely panicked. Started to climb the ladder, managed to get a few hands up here and there, probably just to try to alert us, although we were clearly aware of his plight.
You'd like to dispatch? Dispatch. Set a surfboat, code 3, Mission Beach for a rescue.
Rescue West, code 3 to Mission Beach for a rescue.
Yeah, forgot.
Rescue West en route.
The closest lifeguard on the beach is Shiloh Spangler.
He was right off the tower to the south. I took a board and went out. When I got out there, I went, oh no, he's not there.
It was hard to locate him once you got into the water, just because of the wave action. There's a swell running, and so you can't see him consistently because the ocean is bumpy and rolled. He was almost bobbing.
Unbeknownst to Spangler, the victim was swept 50 yards north from the point last seen.
Lincoln, could you use any resources from PP? Can you send a vehicle? One vehicle code 3, right side of the tower. Got a rescue. Looks like the person may submerge before the lifeguards get there. Copy. Responding 1 unit code.
While the lifeguards in the tower can see the victim on the verge of submerging, Spangler is still unable to see that the young man has been pulled to the north. Lieutenant Lerma gets as many units as possible on the rescue.
TSAM dispatch, medics to the Mission Beach main tower.
Dispatch copies medics to the Mission Beach Tower. Possible near drowning.
All of the lifeguards' eyes are on the water scanning for the swimmer, but the glare is extremely bright.
There was a very severe glare, and if we can't see the victim, then we can't rescue him.
Dispatch copies rescue west, rescue south, staging a mission. Dispatch 2 Sam, we've got engine 21, medic 21 responding, oceanfront walk.
Your guards are on scene. They have the victim. They're going to bring him in, have the medics respond to Mission Beach Tower for evaluation.
We're gonna get you up to the tower, okay? Just go ahead. Just put him right in this truck. Just take him up to the tower. All right. Go ahead, get to the other side. Okay? Was anybody else out there with you? No. This was as close as it gets because he was in a state of distress. He was drowning for a good minute.
We got him on the board, we brought him in. He was tired, but I checked his lung sounds, they were clear. His sats were good, his vital signs were good. He's a strong kid, but it's kind of scary.
That was a very close call. That's about as close as you can get without drowning. It's amazing. Clearly, if he didn't have a real keen survival instinct, then he'd be underwater right now. And that's the scary thing for all of us.
TSAM dispatch. Our patient is going to be transported to Scripps, La Jolla.
Medic 21 to Scripps, La Jolla.
With the swimmer safely on his way to the hospital, the lifeguards prepare to close the beach for the day when they receive another startling call.
All units, we've received a 911 call of a missing swimmer off Crown Point.
An hour before dusk, lifeguards received a report from a woman who was swimming with her boyfriend at Crown Point Shores, and she turned her attention somewhere else for about 5 minutes and then couldn't see him anymore.
The swimmer was last seen in an area of Mission Bay known as Crown Point Shores. Lifeguards immediately mobilized to begin their search, deploying a fleet of boats and a search helicopter.
We have a person that's missing in the water, then we'll start an initial search with whoever we have, including the lifeguards that are working the beach. They may or may not be dive team members. As the call progresses and we get people in, we'll continue through the call and work the call with as many people as we can get on scene.
As the lifeguards search, more information comes in about the missing swimmer. He's a local who swims the same course almost every day. But today, he's gone missing along that familiar route.
We call it the golden hour, in which we have an opportunity for someone to have a chance to be revived. And so for the first hour, we're in what we call rescue mode, where we're trying to get resources to you or to the person as fast as we can.
And once we got on scene, we learned that she never really saw him go down. She never saw him in any distress. We have a general direction, but we have no real knowledge of whether he went to some direction unknown to us. So the area was expansive.
After a 2-hour rescue operation, it is now totally dark. Lifeguards make the tough decision to call off the search.
I see to all units. We're terminating the search for the night. Dive team will assemble in the morning.
Today's search is finished. But for the lifeguards, their job is far from over. At daybreak, the San Diego Lifeguard Dive Team assembles for their mission.
From everything we heard from the RP, this is where he goes. There's no reason to go elsewhere.
At that time, they did run a helicopter search of the area, and the boats searched the area also. Nothing found, and the determination was that this was a recovery, not a rescue mode.
Dive team is a group of individuals composed primarily of the lifeguards. We've also got the medical examiner's office, several people from the police department, and we all come together whenever we have something involving the water that requires a response, whether it's investigation, whether it's a recovery or a rescue.
What we have strived to do is just have a team that can handle anything that happens at all.
We've got underwater scooters that we use. We've got sonar that we use. We've got underwater communications, buoys, lines, grids. With all the sophisticated equipment, we have divers. And divers and their years of experience and knowing the coastline and knowing human behavior tends to be the best thing that we have.
With the dive team briefed and assembled, they head out to Mission Bay to begin their search. If the man is still in the water, there is little to no chance of survival. But until the lifeguards find him, the family on shore won't have closure.
We had to start planning for a big search, and the way that normally goes is you try to establish a last seen point, then we try to develop a search area, and then we start to determine what our search patterns are going to be underwater.
While the reporting party initially took her eyes off the missing swimmer for only 5 minutes, she waited over an hour to contact the lifeguards. This made it difficult to establish a reliable point last seen and search area. Using analysis of the tides, wind, and information from the reporting party, divers begin their search. To execute the precision search over such a vast area, the lifeguards utilize several high-tech tools, including handheld sonar.
And it's just like a radar gun that the CHP officer would use on the freeway. It will send out a narrow band of ultrasonic waves into the water, and it will return back to you in the form of a sound. A scuba tank may have a higher pingy sound, where as organic material, a body or something like that would have a different sound. That it will tell you what the distance is from that item.
The San Diego dive team set out on their search, looking high and low for the missing swimmer. If the man drowned, it's likely that his body would be on the bottom of the bay, which is where the lifeguards begin their search. Lieutenant Nick Lerma is the incident commander for the mission.
My job as the team leader is just making sure that we have the right amount of people, that we have the right equipment, and in this case, that was just air, sea, land. We plan to have a helicopter continue the aerial search, contacted some of our neighboring lifeguard agencies, Del Mar lifeguards, called them in. They had about 20 divers combined.
With the addition of Del Mar's divers, the search team is approaching 40 members. Since Mission Bay spans over 2,000 acres, the more divers, the better. While today's rescue is in the calm, shallow waters of Mission Bay, the dive team often responds to calls in another unique area of San Diego.
We have something called Wreck Alley, so there's a few wrecks right off Mission Beach that you can go to, and that's a pretty popular dive spot.
Wreck Alley is roughly 1 mile off the coast of Mission Beach. It's a large collection of sunken items made up mostly of old ships. With much of this debris scattered more than 100 feet below the surface, this is an area only for advanced divers. And the lifeguards know that one ship attracts more divers than any other in Wreck Alley.
The Yukon's a approximately 350-foot Canadian destroyer that was sank for sport diving. As the wreck disintegrates, it gets a little more challenging for some divers. And on certain days, there's a decent amount of surge moving over the wreck, which will throw you around. We don't recommend penetration dives on it unless you're a skilled, experienced wreck diver.
At the heart of the Yukon is an extremely dangerous area known as the boiler room. In 2005, Sergeant Harris ventured into the boiler room to find a missing diver.
The boiler room had been sealed, and we were under the impression that it was still sealed until we found an opening to it. It's kind of a tricky area simply because the ship sits on its side. If you can imagine walking down your hallway at home, but you're walking on the walls, everything's off kilter. You're a little disoriented at times. It's 100 feet deep, and then you've got to drop through an open elevator-type shaft. It's just an open shaft. And then you're in an area of a hallway, and so it's about another 40 feet down the hall. Chris Ingalls and I stopped at the entryway, and I had him hold his light into the hole and then feed me line off a wreck reel. When they sank that ship, they put all the debris that could be a problem for divers into that one room. We had catwalks and wires and cables and pipes. It all became piled by the entrance. I went in to the boiler room. I had to go through what we call the debris field. It was about a 15-foot area where I was able to kind of just tuck my hoses in, crawl through that area. Once I got through there, the room opens up into a kind of a 3-floor huge room with big boilers. The problem with closed off areas like that, every ledge, every screw, every hole has a certain amount of dust on it, or silt as we call it underwater. It's quite easy if you move rapidly to silt out a compartment where you can't see your hand, even if you're holding it to your mask. Most time fatalities, you find them on the bottom, so I was concentrating on looking on the bottom, but there was an area about 40 feet across the room that I couldn't see. Once I got to that final place where I couldn't see, I thought he would be there for sure as the last place, on the ship that I hadn't looked. And as I came around the corner, I looked down and he wasn't there. And so at that point, I'm like, okay, it's time to get out of here. And so I'm making my way back, and as I turned, something caught my eye, and I looked up, and the individual was suspended above me about 10 feet. And he'd gotten silted out and caught into some pipes and some rigging that was there. It took another 3 dives to come up with a plan and to extricate him a little bit at a time. So I went back 3 times over the next couple days to move him a little bit at a time without silting out the compartment. Yeah, that'll likely be the most challenging rescue that I'll have. It was definitely above and beyond what we normally have. We identified that before the ship was sank. That was why we didn't want divers in there. That's why we had it closed off. And unfortunately, some people decided to make access.
Back in Mission Bay, the recovery effort is still in full swing. Divers from San Diego and Del Mar are combing the sea floor. Meanwhile, helicopters search from above. Then, word comes in of a possible discovery.
Dispatch to 2 Lincoln. 2 Lincoln. We have a 911 call of a possible body sighting.
After hours of searching, the lifeguards get new information. A body has been sighted 1 mile south off an area known as Ski Beach.
It looks like from the call from last night that the individual has been discovered here off of Ski Beach.
Just stand by until we get confirmation.
So right now we have Rescue 3 on scene with the body that's been discovered.
A local fisherman was on his way out of the bay when he came across the missing swimmer floating, lifeless, on the surface.
The other boat's coming over to render assistance on getting him out of the water.
It was found by a passing vessel that was outside of our initial search area. So we were able at that point to recall the divers, go over and take care of the body.
One unique, extremely valuable member of the San Diego dive team is Deputy Medical Examiner Craig Nelson.
Until the body is found, I really just consider myself a regular member of the dive team. Then once the body is found, I'm able to contribute in my own specialty of being able to perform an on-scene examination of the body and help the lifeguards identify what all we might need to document on scene and as the body comes back to the dock, until I can meet with one of our investigators and arrange for the body to be transported back to the office.
After a brief examination of the body, lifeguards confirm the identity of the missing swimmer. The search is over.
Guardian 1's on our RV.
While the dive team's process is very technical, at the heart of every mission is a very personal aspect.
I've been on the scene where, hey, the family's waiting on shore for us to bring their loved one back, and so we take that all into consideration.
We are successful at what we're doing most often, and it brings closure to families who are desperate for closure. It's so important because there are so many people that are affected by one death that we can bring closure to a lot of different people and extended families, and that's what we're here for.
While it's startling and it's uncomfortable at times, it's good to know that at the end of the day, you're able to give closure to somebody.
For the lifeguards, death is never an easy thing to deal with. But it is a stark reminder of the importance of the job that they do day in and day out.